Stand in session. For the record, Councilmember Dahl and Councilmember Fimbres are appearing at this meeting electronically through Teams. Items 1 through 8 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clerk?
The first executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session Webb versus City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court case number C 2023-0503 and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. The second executive session is noticed as executive session Carbon Health versus City of Tucson, claim number 29663, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. The third executive session is noticed as item 5, executive session, city recognition of designated labor organization to represent the interests of the city's labor and trades, non-supervisory employees, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. And the fourth executive session is noticed as item 7, executive session TPOA et al. Versus City of Tucson et al., Pima County Superior Court case number C 2021-3869, and proposed amendments to Tucson Code Chapter 14 to establish a meet and consult process, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. So we'll be gone for about 90 minutes. We'll see you back here, and yeah, let's get it done. We'll see you in a minute. will stand in session. May I have a motion to return from executive session and go into regular study session?
So moved.
There is a motion. There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I would ask for a motion with respect to Webb versus City of Tucson, that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this lawsuit for the amount of $100,000.
There's a motion, or
Second.
anyone has a motion?
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle the referenced claim based on final adjustment of damages caused by the water line failure on July 26th of 2023.
Motion, please. There's a motion.
Second, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 6?
Your Honor, I move that, this is the AFSCME local one. I move that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and prepare an amendment to Chapter 14 of the code that allows for the recognition of a designated labor organization without an election under the circumstance that the approved local chapter, under the circumstances that is the approved local chapter is of the previously designated parent organization.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
For those who are watching, this is set up to make it easy for the transition from 409, excuse me, from 449 to 70, from 449 to 70,
905.
44, exactly. This makes it easy so AFSCME can transition to 905. That's what this motion is for, and I really appreciate the council getting it all done.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Just to further discussion, the reason that I brought this item to the table is I believe that this mayor and council wants to work in good faith where with our blue collar union, which is AFSCME, and as a legislative body, we have the opportunity to modify Section 14 of our code to be able to address this issue. I feel that our code did not have space or did not speak to retaining the same international, which is AFSCME, but changing the local charter, which became, since 1968, AFSCME has represented our blue-collar workers in the city of Tucson, and it was 449. Now it's 905 representing City of Tucson workers, and I believe that having the same international in place since 1968, or maybe even before, but that's how far we went back with a relationship with AFSCME at the City of Tucson. So I believe this is a good place to change the code to speak to the issue of changing the local charter. So thank you so much, colleagues, and thanks for the motion, Mr. Attorney. With that, any other points of discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 8?
Mayor, I move that mayor and council direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session, that we will continue item 11 on tonight's regular session agenda at this time, that we direct the attorney to engage in the settlement conference as directed, with the expectation that the labor organizations will participate in the settlement conference in good faith.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I do have a point of discussion. I just, on item 11 in the regular session, I just want to say a couple of things that I think are necessary to be said. One, that as mayor, and I believe my council colleagues feel similarly, we feel that it was very, very unfortunate that there was a lawsuit against the city of Tucson because of a legislative action that mayor and council took to protect the public health and safety of our community. And that it is important that mayor and council retain the legislative authority and the administrative authority that our city manager is duly given by the charter of the city of Tucson to protect the health and safety of our city employees and the community. But that we are now at a crossroads. We need to make sure that we are clear with the unions representing city employees that you matter, that it is important that we recognize the importance of labor in the city of Tucson, that we want to hear their feedback, their input, that they should and are part of the decision-making table as the mayor and council makes decisions for our city employees. We want to see a good faith effort on behalf of the city of Tucson through our city attorney and on the side of our labor organizations to try and negotiate settlement that everyone feels comfortable with. So the opportunity for labor to have their voice and be heard is open constantly and all the time. We hope that we reach settlement in good faith. That's going to take some time. That's going to take both sides to come to the table and negotiate something that we all feel comfortable with. But I have to maintain that the mayor and council have to maintain their legislative authority to act as necessary, particularly in cases of emergency. And that the city manager needs to maintain his administrative authority to act, to implement the legislation that this mayor and council is duly elected and responsible to implement. So I hope that we can come to the table in good faith and find a solution to be able to settle this once and for all. None of us want to continue a lawsuit that doesn't help anyone. So, Mr. Attorney, yeah, you've got your marching orders, and we hope that we come to a good conclusion. Any other discussion points? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Right.
Any against? Motion carries. We now go beyond executive session into item 9. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on the gun violence reduction strategy, place network investigation that we started with the city of Tucson. If I may, Mr. Manager, I'd like to introduce this item. First and most importantly, I want to thank the city manager, Chief Kasmer, Assistant Chief Hall, Sarah Lanias, and all the city directors and staff who have worked together for several years to bring Place Network investigation into reality in the city of Tucson. I also want to acknowledge that staff at the mayor's office in Ward 3 and other offices for working actively on this project. The concept of Place Network investigation came about with the help of our Tucson Police Department in partnership with my office, and at a time where there were so many issues happening, right? I had introduced with the support of my colleagues on the council the concept of having a holistic approach to safety in our community. And when we were starting to talk about community safety, health, and wellness, there are so many innovative solutions on the table, including Place Network investigations put at the table. And I remember my office, the city manager's office through Liana Perez, Assistant Chief Hall, and TPD started talking about an evidence-based approach to gun violence reduction and crime in certain areas. And this is modeled after a project that was introduced in the city of Cincinnati. And after lots of research, we took this opportunity to explore the strategies that would make the city of Tucson really look at community safety and public safety in a holistic way. I remember Liana Perez and Assistant Chief Hall went to, Las Vegas, to hear much more about this. My office was invited to that trip. But really, Liana from the city manager's office and Assistant Chief Hall came back and said, we can do this. We have a tool that is an evidence-based tool, that is a holistic approach, and an innovative data-driven collaboration that really brings city departments to work together to find solutions that are much bigger than just putting police officers in one particular space. It really takes our police department, our housing community development, our newly created community safety, health, and wellness program, our planning department, our environmental services department, our council offices, the mayor's office. It's just really bringing down the walls and the silos on how we do work, and target an approach that has been able to work in the city. So again, this goes back to layering the investments and layering the solutions, and identify how we can work together to make our city a safer space. So really happy to have you at the table, Chief Hall, and more than happy to hear the positive results that we can share with the community. So, Mr. Manager, it's your space, your floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I won't reiterate those comments that you made. I think you adequately and very well articulated how we got here and that. What I will say and bring to your attention, when this first came up, it was really a TPD department focus. Although it wasn't necessarily a police focus, it was certainly a resource allocation issue. We are moving away from that, and that's one of the pieces that I think is important for you to know and hear as the team presents. I'm going to turn it over to Tim. Tim's online. Tim Tomier, as you know, is the deputy manager in charge of the public safety team. So, Tim, if you're up there, if you could chat now, now's the time.
Thank you, Mr. Manager and Honorable Mayor and members of the council. I've had the privilege of taking the helm of the Place Network investigations since former Deputy Manager Liana Perez retired. And so we're pleased to give you a mid-year update on the Place Network investigations. With me today is Assistant Chief Kevin Hall, who's really been the heart and soul of this effort within TPD, and Dr. Annalise Piettenpohl of the National Policing Institute, who's not just a researcher partner of the city, but she's also been our coordinator of the program here in the city. And so if we could go to the next slide, I'll give you a quick overview of what we're going to talk about today. We're going to remind the council and members of the public about what Place Network Investigations is, how we got here, and what it means from a community safety standpoint. The mayor mentioned in her opening comments the fact that it's a collaborative problem solving, and that framework, which we'll describe, really is important to the long-term success of community safety by deploying Place Network Investigations. There's an initial set of effort, investigations, dismantling of criminal activity, but really the problems in each place can be unique, and having a flexible and broad problem-solving framework, and literally every city department plus community members involved is what makes it a successful program. In Tucson, we've identified one of the key areas for action are with regard to high-risk property owners, which Assistant Chief Hall will talk you through. The kind of three basic types of property owners we've been dealing with here in Tucson. At the one end, we have very proactive property owners who are willing to collaborate, step in, and solve problems. At the other end, we have folks that need a little bit more nudging and or leverage, which our city attorney will come to at the end of our presentation about some of the tools we need to add to the toolbox. And then there's property owners somewhere in the middle. We will show you some extremely promising results of the Place Network investigations of 3 locations over the last 18 months, and then some thoughts on P&I moving forward. Next slide. Mayor, you did a great job of hitting some of these points. I'm going to hit them real quick, and then Assistant Chief Hall will probably hit them a third time. But it's very important to stress that it's an evidence-based gun violence reduction strategy. There's a lot of types of crime, including violent crime, but the focus here is on reducing and addressing gun violence because of the magnitude of impact that gun violence has in the community and on a neighborhood. That it is a citywide interdepartmental problem-solving intervention with the P&I board, which generally speaking is the department directors of every department in the city, plus key stakeholders in the community. And you mentioned that it was catalyst from some project work done in the city of Cincinnati. That's correct. And we're part of a second cohort of about 6 cities that have taken Place Network investigation into the field. And so we're not only learning how it works well in Tucson, but also paying that forward to how Place Network investigation can be effective in other communities. With that, I'll turn it to Assistant Chief Hall.
Everybody's done a really good job of summarizing what P&I is. Evidence-based policing, however, gets thrown around a lot. The foundation for what P&I is based on evidence that comes from empirical research, about 3 decades worth, that shows that crime is concentrated amongst a small number of people and a small number of places. And with data and analysis, we can identify particularly those places, and then focus our efforts in a meaningful and intentional way on just those small micro locations. And that's the crux of what P&I is. So they're not net widening tactics. We're not looking at entire neighborhoods. We're looking at very, very small, in fact, 500 square meter microgrids where we can really impact violent gun crime. And just to reiterate, this is a violent gun crime reduction strategy. A lot of other good collateral things come out of it, particularly for the community members who live in those areas, but it essentially is a gun violence reduction strategy. Through the data and the analysis, we came up with a list of sites in Tucson. We went out, in fact, Dr. Pietenpol, some other folks went out to these sites, evaluated them, and we spoke to the officers who worked the area, we spoke to the community members who worked the area, and then we made a selection amongst the, I think it was 7 sites we had, down to 3. That's simply based on capacity, how many sites we could work at one time. We picked those 3, and they're listed here in the PowerPoint. Grant and Alvernon, a chronic acute hotspot for many, many, many years. Campbell and Bilby, which is down in Ward 5. 22nd Prudence out in the east side. These are all flared very hot for gun violence. And like everybody here has said, and I'll just reiterate, the key to this is the collaborative, citywide, community-based collaboration that occurs. And we believe that's how the reductions that we're going to show you in a couple of slides will be sustained over time. As police draw away from these areas, it's the community that will fill in the vacuum there and sustain these as livable, healthy, active spaces. Next slide. This is 2550 North Dodge, or what we're calling Grant and Alvernon. We put an address on it, but quite frankly, these are actually areas. It's not one address. These are areas that suffer from this type of crime, and that's the Grant and Alvernon area. 6200 South Campbell, it's down by the airport. Next slide. And 7440 East 22nd, it's essentially 22nd and Prudence area. Next slide. This slide just highlights the number of individuals and departments, particularly department directors, who have shown up month after month and a month and engaged meaningfully in the P&I meetings. These are board meetings designed where the investigators, the police-led investigators, will report out to the board, but it's the board who makes decisions. It's the board, all of whom have an equal voice, come forward and offer suggestions on how we can mitigate the gun violence that occurs in these areas. We also have law enforcement partners there, both federal and county and local. And then we have a host of social service providers and community organizations that are involved as well. For example, in the Grant and Alvernon area, El Rio has a clinic there, so they're involved. Kodak has a clinic there, so they're involved. Other social service providers and the neighborhood, quite frankly, at Grant and Alvernon, the neighborhood associations are extremely active and very involved with this initiative. And it's about, as the mayor said, breaking down the silos, and for the department directors and the social service providers to realize that we can leverage each other's resources, knowledge, and abilities to mitigate different aspects of the environment that help to drive crime. Next slide, please. Another key component to this place-based strategy is the importance of what we call place managers or property owners. What we found time and time again is that, and we all know it anecdotally, for police officers, we know we're always going to go to a certain bar every Friday and Saturday night, when in fact there's a bar just down the street that we never go to. What it comes down to is how the bar is being managed, who the place manager is, and how they're conducting business, and are they a responsible business owner or are they not? The same thing goes with some of these locations. It just so happens these 3 locations are centered around large apartment complexes. So we're dealing with property owners of large apartment complexes. During our investigation, we noticed that one of these complexes was owned by an out-of-state owner who actually had 8 properties in the city. We then spread our investigation out to each of the 8 properties and found that the same issues occurred at every single property that this owner had possession of, and very, very similar rates of crime, and very, very similar conditions of the buildings that were inhabited by the folks. And these are vulnerable populations. These are needy populations who can't afford to move. They are exploited by the property owner because the rent is low, because they don't take care of the properties. They can't complain, they can't move, they're stuck, they're exploited. And crime, particularly violent gun crime, is drawn to those types of areas. And with this particular owner, we created almost a subgroup of the P&I group of city properties, including code enforcement, Section 8, community safety, health and wellness, And we really focused on particularly the properties out in East Side and in Midtown at Grant and Alvernon, where not only were there enforcement efforts and investigation, but there were community resource fairs, there were education seminars by the different social service providers. One resource fair, we had immunization clinic for pets. We had a host of different services out there that these folks simply just don't have the opportunity to engage in without us. I was just waiting to see if Tim was going to jump in there. So going to the interdepartmental collaboration to address the high-risk property owners. So what we're trying to do is ensure, like I said, that these are livable, active spaces for these folks where they can feel safe, they can actually go outside, walk their dog, walk their children to school, and not worry about gun violence. We want to make sure that the property owners are responsible, that they're accountable, and that as a city, as public government, we're holding them accountable to maintain a safe space for their tenants. And part of that accountability is imposing consequences for failing to uphold standards. And one of the things that this mayor and council did was enact Section 8 no rent policy. This has had an impact on one of our property owners who needed some nudging to sort of coordinate and collaborate with the city. That's exactly what this policy did, and with a little bit of nudging, that property owner is now on board and beginning to engage with us. What P&I isn't, we made it very clear from the beginning and at each and every meeting, we don't want people evicted. That is something that occurred in the past that we don't ever want to repeat. There is nowhere for these folks to go. So we need to make sure that where they're at is safe and habitable, and we're working with city housing, code enforcement, city attorney's office, a host of different city departments and social service providers to make sure that they maintain housing in a safe and secure environment. We do not want to, and I don't believe we have to this point evicted anybody who wasn't engaged in violent crime. And we want to ensure that this is data-driven. We're not simply focusing on problem place managers or property owners, but we're focusing on places where there is violent crime and it's unsafe. This next slide. Next slide. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. This just highlights the one property owner who owns the 8 properties within the Tucson city limits. And if you can see the box on the bottom that's highlighted in red, this shows that this individual, those 8 properties represent less than 1% of the city of Tucson. But in that 1%, almost 8% of our shootings occur. That's significant. And like I said, we see the same problems each one of this property owner's properties. And this particular property owner is the one who has not come to the table, has not engaged with the P&I board, and to date is not really coordinating or collaborating with us. Yes. Next slide, please. And this one I just wanted to show for the graphic results. These are, I call them massively impressive and staggering. Each one of these graphs indicate our 3 P&I sites. On the right-hand side is the south side, or the 6200 South Campbell site. The blue line going up to the right indicates what crime looked like there, the crime incidents prior to P&I being enacted. The dotted line that goes up and down is when P&I was implemented in January of 2022. The red line indicates the crime incidents after P&I. That's an 80% reduction in crime, violent crime incidents at that location, which is, like I said, you don't see that in criminology or in any other strategies that we've been able to implement in the past. The middle graph is the Grant and Alvernon. That same graph, but it represents a 75% reduction in crime in Grant and Alvernon. I've been here for 31 years. Grant and Alvernon has been a problem for 31 years. This is significant. The last one is the east side at 22nd and Prudence. That represents a 77% reduction in violent gun crime incidents. And I just wanted to reiterate, these are staggering results in my mind. Last slide, please, and I believe, Tim, you've got this.
Thanks, Chief. So we're really impressed and somewhat surprised by the results. It is grounded in very solid theory and, as mentioned, 30 years worth of experience. But until you see it in your own community, it's a little tough to have that faith going in. But we've seen initial very strong results. The questions become, how do we sustain that disruption of those networks to have that continued reductions in crime? And then how do we take that model and move it across the community to address the next hottest spots of violent gun crime? So we have to institutionalize P&I. Moving forward, that includes more formalized training processes for all COT departments to continue that cross-department collaboration, and to have robust policies and procedures to take it from more of a pilot phase into a true ongoing part of our routine community safety. We have to have a few more tools in the toolbox to compel some of these business owners or property owners and property managers to comply. We do have some licensing ability to do that. We certainly have the code violation and or housing tools in our toolbox. But the city attorney is going to make a specific ask of you at the end of this item to give us a little bit more leverage on specifically those owners that are just not finding their way to compliance, either jumping in, like we've seen on South Campbell, the Scotia Group specifically has leaned in, invested, and become true partners. And you saw immediate results that we're expecting to be sustained. But we have some that just need a little bit more encouragement than that. We do feel it's important that continued oversight and accountability for the place network investigations rests within the city manager's office, because it's not a TPD driven effort if it's going to be successful in the long term. It needs to be community based, because you can have a pulse of police activity that results in a short term suppression of crime. But our goal is not that. Our goal is to disrupt those networks and put something in their place that does not create the environment for gun crime. That's the stage where we're at right now with, as you take some of these sites that have seen those initial 75 or 80% reductions, but how do we then take them to the next step of sustaining in that space, and then moving the more active investigation phase to other locations, and doing that through a site selection and expansion process that's driven both by the data, the empirical data of crime in Tucson, and the ability to staff those models and move outward into other locations. And with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Any additional comments, Chief Hall?
You know, one of the things I failed to mention, and I think it's important to mention, that both at the board and our community outreach efforts at each of these sites, all of the wards have been extremely helpful, engaged, and active with us.
I agree. I know that my office is attending and paying attention, and we see our colleagues from the council offices there. I really appreciate this partnership, and this continues what we have been saying, including Chief Casmar, which is putting the right work in the right hands. And Tucson Police Department has a role to play and brought us this evidence-based tool to the table, but it really has been an incredible partnership of the community, of the elected officials, and of all of the departments that play a role in this success. Again, I want to reiterate the numbers that we are seeing in terms of gun violence reduction. 80% reduction in gun violence on Campbell, 75% reduction in gun violence at Grant and Alvernon, 77% gun violence reduction at 22nd and Prudence. But it really has to be a sustained approach and continue to be able to take back that those spaces, those areas, and be able to expand into other areas while being able to maintain the suppression of gun violence and crime in the areas that we have been working so hard to be able to bring those incidents of and interrupting. I mean, I love that word, interruption of gun violence and crime in certain areas of our city based on using evidence-based tools. And it's a layering approach. It's a holistic approach to community safety in our city. So part of the memo, the mayor and council memorandum talking about this, I really love that you included the violence scores from each P&I site began to drop precipitously and meaningfully after P&I implementation in 2022. Additionally, efforts to build community engagement and reactivate positive spaces to anchor residents are starting with the community health, safety and wellness team leading the way. And so it really alleviates that pressure of our police officers and our Tucson Police Department and really puts that continuous work into the hands of our community safety, health, and wellness team and other departments within the city of Tucson. Finally, City of Tucson directors and staff are integrating the P&I model as an interdepartmental problem-solving framework in their daily work. And the collaboration built within P&I is growing beyond the initiative to benefit the entire community. That's exactly where we need to be. And it really has been incredible to see this partnership and be able to come from an idea that you and I both talked about, Chief Hall, to actually implementing that concept and putting it to work and looking at the incredible success in terms of a reduction of gun violence in micro locations within our city. So I'm really happy. I want to be able to expand this, but I do know that you need additional tools. And I know, Mr. Rankin, you want to request that mayor and council give permission to authorize the initiation of legal actions to address properties that are involved in criminal activities or are causing disturbances in this community. So I know that you need direction. Can you explain what this direction means?
Yes, Mayor, happy to do so. In certain contexts, it's very clear from the charter and code and statute that the city attorney has the authority to participate in litigation without having to come to the mayor and council and get authority first. So we can engage in prosecutions, we can engage in code enforcement, we defend all sorts of lawsuits against the city. But the authority to actually initiate civil legal actions where we go into Superior Court and we sue somebody is less clear. So typically you'll see me come to the mayor and council and say, hey, we want to participate in this litigation, but I need your authority as the mayor and council to initiate that. There's a particular set of statutes in Title 12 that allow civil actions to be filed in Superior Court to try and compel property owners whose properties, either residential or commercial, are being used, recurringly used for criminal activity. And those actions are called criminal nuisance abatement actions. And they're lawsuits where the city would ask the court to order a property owner to take the kind of actions maybe we haven't been able to nudge them into otherwise. Having on-site management, engaging in SEPTED improvements on the property, et cetera. So I would like it to be clear that have a motion approved that's in the minutes that we can point to as those appropriate cases come up, that we can proceed with those actions without having to come to the mayor and council individually to file them. That would include designated PNI locations, but it will come up in other instances as well for maybe properties that haven't formally been selected as a PNI site, but are also criminal nuisance properties because of the recurring occurrence of criminal activity at those locations. So if a motion so authorizing was approved, I would appreciate it.
Alrighty. I don't know if you all want to go to motion first or if there's any discussion on the motion, or the motion or the program, or whatever you'd like.
I'll move the motion, Mayor.
So there is a motion.
I'll second.
Second.
There's a motion in a couple of seconds, and now it's time for discussion. Colleagues. Vice Mayor.
So, Mike, working together, we've initiated a few of those nuisance violations already, and it's based on a track record of criminal violations, not code violations. Is this something beyond that? Because we haven't been bringing all those back to the mayor and council for approval.
It is beyond that. We've gone through providing the statutory notice and putting property owners on notice that they need to come into compliance, or we will file the actions in Superior Court, but we haven't taken that next step to actually file in City Court, which is why I haven't been back in front of the mayor and council. But you are right, the statutes themselves establish criteria so that by approving this and giving that type of authority, you're not just going to create a situation where me or a subsequent city attorney is just filing cases all the time. It really is for the properties that have these unexplainable spikes in criminal activity, and the property owner is not addressing them after full notice and an opportunity to do so.
And what kind of remedies can the court impose?
So the court can impose sort of injunctive relief, where they direct the property owner to take actions that are necessary to address the recurring crime. And those types of things can range from having on-site security 24/7. It could be, hey, you have no lighting in your parking lot, and that's where all the criminal activity is taking place. You need to make those improvements. In other cases, it could even be, if the city were to request this, if it made sense, asking the court for the appointment of a temporary receiver who would take management and control of the property to take the measures that are necessary to address the recurring crime.
And the examples you just gave are two that we have actively in place for a couple of properties I'm thinking of. What if they just fail to do it?
And if they fail to do it, then the court will impose monetary sanctions, or could move to that temporary receiver remedy that I just described.
Okay, thanks.
Any others? Councilwoman Lee?
I'll just say I'm really proud of all of your work. It's very impressive and great job. That's it, Mayor. I'm just really proud of everybody.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any others?
Just a few things. I think this is a
Councilmember Cunningham?
this is a great start for where we're at. Our bigger piece right now is we're throwing everything we got at them, right? We're doing all these new things, and I'm glad we're the trailblazers, but we're still going to need some things long term with how we, one, duplicate this in other places, but two, find some pieces with our county partners who are also working really hard with us. And I think we're still a few steps away to get where we want to be, but this is a great start for us. I think the other piece to us is we've got some situations in these hot spots where we're doing all right on the gun violence. We've seen some property theft down, but we're still making I don't know if I'd call them nuisance arrests. I'd just call them arrests of concern with regard to a lower number of pills and repeat offenders involved in that. And it's really going to be systemic in how we move forward on that. I think it's a function of TPD, pretrial services, county attorney's office kind of coming together. And I think a lot of it's going to be how we shape both our city courts and our relationship with the county justice system in the next 6 months. So this is a good thing for us to kind of bring to the table and say, hey, look what we're doing our part. But also, how can we help the system improve so that after the fact we see some tangible results for some of the folks who are engaging. So well done, and that's kind of my input for this.
Good. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the work. This is incredible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready, we move on to item 10. Time has been reserved for mayor and council to review and/or provide direction to staff on several water-related items, including Colorado River drought update, 2024 cap water purchase, and the city's drought preparedness and response plan. I just want to comment that even though we may be at tier 1 shortage level that was called in January, we need to remain vigilant on our water conservation and management strategies. As a city, we have built water resiliency by staying one step ahead. So there's no reason why we shouldn't stay one step ahead. I suggest that we keep implementing our tier 2 strategies outlined in the drought preparedness and response plan. I know the city manager is recommending that as well. And additionally, I want to commend Tucson Water for their excellent regional collaboration work to have Arizona cities store parts of their CAP allocations in our recharge facilities. That's a win-win-win. And it pleases me to know that we are helping other Arizona cities increase their water resiliency as well. So thank you so much for the work Tucson Water is doing. Very smart planning. Appreciate where we are. So with that, Mr. Ortega, it's your space.
Thank you, Mayor. I did send out a memo to you all recommending that we stay at the tier 2. We stand by that. I think that is the right direction for us as an organization and a community and a region. I will turn it over to John Kimmick. He's got an update on a variety of topics. So, John, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Yes, we like win-win-wins. Thank you. So this is the annual update on the status of the Colorado River, the upcoming calendar year CAP order for the city, and the status of our city's drought preparedness plan levels. First on the Colorado River, great news, as was mentioned, after an epic winter season of more than 174% of average snowpack in the Colorado Basin, system water levels are rebounding in the lakes. Levels in Lake Mead and Lake Powell are doing well. On August 15th, the Bureau of Reclamation released their 24-month study on the river system, and they're declaring that calendar year 2024, the river will return to what's called a level 1 shortage condition. This means that there will not be a reduction in the municipal and industrial pool subcontracts with CAP. The city has the ability to order their allotment without restrictions in calendar year 2024. However, based on commitments we made as a city to participate in the Bureau's system conservation program, the city can withhold, and the city will withhold, delivery of 30,000 acre feet in calendar year 2024. This leaves in the river for next year will be the second year of the 3-year agreement with the Bureau. As a reminder, this current year, 23, we forego 50,000 acre feet of delivery. And in 25, the last year of our agreement, we plan to forego another 30,000 acre feet of that year's delivery. With that said, part of the materials for this meeting is the draft CAP order for calendar year 24. Within the order document, you can see that the city will order 114,191 acre feet of CAP water for next year. This volume reflects that 30,000 foot reduction to meet our obligations for system conservation. Our water will be distributed around the basin as normal, with most to be stored in our 2 largest recharge projects, CAVSARP and SAVSARP, a significant volume to be entered into the Pima Mine Road facility, and several 1,000 acre feet to be used in cooperation with our longstanding partners within the agricultural community who utilize groundwater savings storage facilities. Besides the water ordered by Tucson, we also have the draft delivery schedule for our partners who are moving water to our facilities via storage and local wheeling agreements. Our regional partners of Oro Valley, Marana, Vail, and the Pasquayaki will be storing just over 6,600 acre feet in our facilities. In addition, with our longstanding partnership with the City of Phoenix and our new partnership with the City of Scottsdale, we can see more than 12,000 acre feet of storage moving from central Arizona down the canal here to southern Arizona. The utility is still waiting for official storage agreements with the City of Peoria and the town of Gilbert. If those come through, several more thousands of acre feet could end up in our facilities by the end of 2024. Lastly, for this update, during the calendar year of '23, based on the shortage level declaration for Lake Mead in '23, our drought preparedness plan has been operating under a Tier 2 condition, as was mentioned. This means our conservation messaging and customer outreach has been at an increased level. Over the course of the year, our conservation program has proactively reached out to over 7,800 customers who use water at 250% above the residential average to inform them of their high use. Thankfully, several of those customers self-reported that they either experienced a major leak or had a sudden increase in excuse me, in family members move in with them, so that helped explain the increase in water use. We, as a city, have also been active in other conservation areas, like the adoption of the EPA water sense fixtures for new construction, a non-functional turf ban, an elimination program, a detailed study on net zero water options, and working with PDSD on low-impact development standardization, just to name a few. We are currently in a 60-day public hearing process for the consideration of a rate structure change to our commercial and industrial customer base to help incentivize the reduction of discretionary use in those customer classes. In a recent memo from the city manager to council, staff is recommending that the city continue to operate under the Tier 2 level of the drought preparedness plan, even though the shortage declaration will be returning to a Tier 1 status at the first of the year. We have many conservation items in process, and it would be prudent to continue these improvements while we watch to see what happens this winter season in the Colorado Basin. And that concludes my update. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director. Really appreciate the work that has been done. I really am proud of the work, Mr. Kimmick, that Tucson Water team and this mayor and council are moving towards. You know, for me, it really comes all into focus in terms of the work that we're doing and how ahead Tucson Water, and this is not just like touting the work that this mayor and council is doing, but like it goes back decades in terms of the conservation ethic that we've created as a community, including our residents. So managing our water supply to make sure that it is safe and secure and that we have a future in terms of water security is one of the highest priorities that I have as a mayor. You know, part of some previous recommendations and direction that mayor and council have done is regarding the Pima Mine Road Recharge Project. In previous years, mayor and council refused to store water for the Pima Mine Recharge Project. Can you explain how this particular decision is different?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of council. So about 2 years ago, we were given direction. We are a partner at Pima Mine Road with CAWCD. We're a 50% partner. And we were given direction at the time for period going forward to utilize our storage availability at Pima Mine Road. And what that does is if the city of Tucson has the first refusal of storage at Pima Mine Road, and so by taking the option of filling the project, if you will, it blocks out possibly some others who might want to utilize that facility for storing water.
So we're taking that for right of first refusal.
Correct.
We're saying we want to take that space and we want to be able to store at the Pima Mine Road Recharge Project.
Correct. Yes, and as I noted, in working in concert with CAWCD, their estimated was about 19,000 acre feet of capacity, so that's what we're planning to deliver there.
Excellent. And any questions, comments from our colleagues? Councilmember Dahl has his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Kimmick. Great report. Appreciate all the work you're doing in this area. I especially appreciate that we're remaining vigilant, staying in Tier 2. That's prudent. Despite the record snowpack in the Colorado River watershed, it was followed by the hottest 3 months in history. It doesn't take a weatherman to see which way the wind is blowing, if I can quote an old rock star. Hey, are we going to discuss what to do with the funding, the 44 million from the system conservation, the Tucson's leaving the water in the river? Is that on the next study session? I'm not clear.
Councilmember Dahl, yes, I've requested that we have a discussion on the $44 million the city of Tucson is receiving from participating in the systems conservation program. So September 19th, we can have a discussion on the suggestion or the draft suggestions by Tucson Water for mayor and council to consider.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have just a few more questions. Director Kmiec, do we know how many people, the folks that were sent that letter saying that they were using 250% of average, have used the self-audit tool that was suggested to them?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, I do not have that answer at this moment. That's something we can research and get back to you in our monthly briefings.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to hear that. You know, what sort of response in general the city got from the letter and how we've measured the success of that letter. Also, how are we doing with the hiring of more Zanjeros? You know, I believe that an in-person visit from a knowledgeable Zanjero is the best way to provide information and get action than the online audit. And I'm hoping that you all will make this a priority. Are we finding people to fill those spots?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, that is one of our priorities in working with HR is to make sure that we keep those Zanjero positions fully utilized. Like you mentioned, the auditing function that Tucson Water provides through our conservation program is always well received by our customers. So it's our every intention and goal to make sure that we have those assets full.
That's great. And the low impact development was mentioned in the memo. What's the latest update on implementing it?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, the low impact development standardization is actually a multi-department project because it takes water working with PDSD and others to look at all those development standards and then make sure that we can come up with a good package altogether moving forward, which is clear not only to staff but clear to the community in large.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, do you need a motion on the Tier 2? Preserving
Do
Tier
you
2?
think you need a motion?
Mayor, I don't necessarily need it, but if you'd like to reinforce the direction, I think that would be
You don't
valuable.
need it. I don't think you're going to get consensus around the table. Everybody wants it to keep happening.
Happy to
Keep our
get that
planned
direction.
30,000 acre foot reduction. When will we know the response to our longer term proposal that was made in mid-August?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachuk, last I heard from the Bureau of Reclamation, they were going to notify people by the end of this calendar year.
Okay. Final question. Every morning when I'm running by Campbell Plaza, they continue to irrigate their non-functional turf, even if it's raining outside. And so I'm wondering where we are in giving notice to the 3-year meter to having that removed.
Honorable,
It's Campbell Plaza, but non-turf,
yeah, with Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachuk, I will get an update on where we are with the implementation of the turf reduction program. It's something we're putting together right now, so we can start to reach out to those. But those are general water waste issues, so
Right.
specific address, we can deal with those customers directly on that before the turf removal program's fully
Yeah,
set
I'm
up.
not sure that that would fall under the umbrella of water waste. I mean, they are watering their turf, even though so is the sky, but it's the more of a question as to where we are in, as I recall, we were going to begin a 3-year meter for the removal of of non-functional turf.
Yeah, we are, like I said, developing the program, and we're actually, we have a pending grant opportunity with WIFA to help fund the program, so then we can provide a way to compensate changeovers from landscaping. So that hopefully will be heard by the Arizona WIFA board within the next month or two.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And then just, could you give us an update on the AD funding for low-income families? I know that we had been told by the state that we had availability for I believe, $10 million, and then there was a change regarding the availability of money. So were the remaining 1,000 accounts covered? Can you just give us a little bit of an update? And
Okay. Honorable Mayor, yes, that's an ever-evolving topic recently. So the last I've heard, based on that, there was approximately 1,000 customers who did fall short once Arizona DES exhausted the funding. However, we've been waiting for DES to identify funding to help make as many of those 1,000 customers whole. What I'm hearing is they're committed right now to those customers who are in a delinquent status as part of the low income, which is about 299 of the 1,000. They're going to bring those customers up to active status, out of the delinquency status, but there's still a gap there with the remaining 700 or so that did not get the opportunity. Yeah.
thank you for the update. Really appreciate that, and I'm so happy that there's at least that commitment from the state to cover the low income possible delinquent account. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Any other questions? Alrighty, hearing none, you don't need any motions. We're gonna move on to the next item then, which is also Tucson Water. Item 11, time has been set aside for mayor and council to provide feedback on the draft One Water 2100 plan. Really happy to be able to have you all in front of us. As I said before, the city of Tucson and our residents is a leader in not just the state, but I think the country in terms of water conservation and being ahead at least 30 years of other cities. I'm looking forward for our One Water plan to be included in the Plan Tucson, and I know that's the intention. So I'm looking forward to making sure that voters know exactly what the general plan and the update that we're also planning for our water resources into the future. So with that, Mr. Manager, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll go ahead and just turn it right over to John Kamik for a quick update on the One Water 2100 plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Members of council, yes, so it is that time. About every 10 years, we update our water plan for the city of Tucson. And you're right, that's what makes us unique and a national leader in many ways on how we do this and how we always look, like I like to say to community groups, we focus beyond the horizon. We want to make sure Tucson is water sustainable for decades to come, for as long. We've been here for 4,000 years. Our plan is to be here for at least 4,000 more and then some. So it all helps with proper water planning. Before I get into a presentation, I do want to introduce who I have with me. This is Mrs. Jamie Galeta. Jamie is the planner that was over this effort of the One Water plan, this multi-year approach in putting this plan together, interrupted for periods of time by a pandemic, as the other plans were as well. But Jamie is the face and actually has done, tremendous amount of work organizing this plan over the years and bringing us to where we are today, which is discussing the elements of the draft plan. So without further ado, I will hop into the presentation. Excellent work. So just a timeline of where we started and where we're at now. So this project did start in 2019. Like I mentioned, we try to update our water plan, our long-range plan, about every 10 years as a community. Our last plan was updated in 2014, so we were on a path to have a plan completed in the early 2020s, and it looks like it'll be complete here, hopefully in the next month or two, with implementation beginning in 2024 for our next 10-year cycle. So in the last year, lots of community engagement and adoption of the plan to occur later this fall. Lots of strategies, lots of workshops in the last 24 months in particular, as well as an open comment period for the general public that occurred this summer. The nice thing about doing a water plan in Tucson is our customer base is so well educated on how we do manage water, and what they come up with for strategic ideas and tactical ways to get there for the future is great. And it's I want to give kudos to our customers that are well educated in our water portfolio. There we go. Like was mentioned, the water plan for Tucson, One Water 2100, has been in coordination with the Tucson Resilient Together plan and will be part of the stools of the chair for the Plan Tucson effort. And Jamie has been our point person working with both of those groups. So where we're at this year, in the last several months, is the draft review process. This started internally at the department in March and April. Then it went to CWAC later in the spring, and the public for comments, as well as during some of our monthly briefings with council. Over the course of the summer, we've received many comments throughout the public that we've incorporated most of those and identified those and responded to some of the more formal comments that came from organizations and association. So where we're at is the last part of this, which is the presentation of the draft plan to mayor and council with coming back in October 17th in a month to then bring a final version that can be adopted by council on that. So the way the plan's laid out is several areas in our outline. We have an executive summary. We have what the One Water Plan approach is in the history of Tucson Water. Knowing where we've been, where we're currently at, and where we want to continue to be is very important to the water management goals of the city of Tucson. There's the development plan, the collaborative development plan process, and then you get into the meatier chapters, which is talking about the water supplies, the urban water cycle, how we manage our water resource portfolio, as well as then water demands, that our customer demands have been changing, particularly over the last 20 years. The strength of our conservation program is one of the strongest in the country, and their customers react accordingly. And they participate in that plan, and they feel good about that plan in most cases. So all those scenario projections and possible new policies, particularly laid out with water supplies and water demands, are in there. Chapter 5 is the One Water future. That's what a lot of the community priorities, strategies, and the guiding principles of what are those things that we want to remember all the time when we're building our capital improvement program, when we're looking at what to do with different sources of water. That's all encapsulated in Chapter 5. And then lastly, Chapter 6, implementation of the plan itself for this next 10-plus year cycle, or however long until council's ready to have us strategize another plan in the future. So where we landed in the One Water approach, we've been using for 20 years now what we call a scenario planning process, where we look at potential futures, and then we figure out what are the common elements or threads that if we do certain things won't set us back, because it's always in a lean forward direction to make sure that we're doing proper planning and don't have to take a major step back. So looking at our two futures, our access of futures out there, what the community and what our stakeholders told us is what's important to know where Tucson Water and the city will be going with water management. The two drivers will be supply. Do we anticipate increased portfolio diversification, increased access to CAP, increased access to reclaimed water or effluent, increased use of stormwater, or a decreased version of that? And then demand. Do we anticipate increasing demand with the growth of the community or decreasing demand? The last 20 years, we've seen decreasing demand. Our community has grown, but our water demand really hasn't stayed with that. It's been decoupled. So how does that all lay out in the strategies of the four water resources that we have? Surface water strategies. So the strategies that came out when consultation with the community is make the best possible use of Colorado River water when we have the availability of it. Also, the community wants us to focus on additional supplies with the Central Arizona Project. The Central Arizona Project is a long-term investment by the state of Arizona to bring water to central Arizona and southern Arizona, and they want to see the city of Tucson maintain the strength of that canal system. Even if it may not move Colorado River water in the future, it may move a different type of water, but utilizing that infrastructure for the benefit of Arizonans and Tucson was very important, as well as advocating for our allocation of what we currently get from the Colorado. On our groundwater strategies, most of it was continue a lot of partnerships on how groundwater is managed in the Tucson Basin and the Avra Valley Basin. So looking for partnerships for aquifer protection, and those can be in the form of increased stormwater management programs. So there's less potential for contamination from runoff from storm events. Continuing with groundwater cleanup efforts where available, where those issues may be out there and occurring in our water system. In the Tucson Basin or Avra Valley Basin, focus on cleanup, and then continue to look for new technologies for emerging contaminants and make sure that we always have an eye on the future on what could be affecting our groundwater system. Recycled water strategies. A lot of our community understands the recycled water program, or the reclaim system as we call it, is going to celebrate its 40th birthday in April of next year. So I will make sure that we have cake for all the council meetings during the month of April, purple flowers on that. So a lot of people understand the value of effluent, the value of what we've been doing to keep schoolyards green, keep the playgrounds, as well as the city parks and the county parks, as well as the golf amenities. Those have all been the basis of the reclaimed water system for years. However, looking into the future, looking at advancements of on-site reuse, having the department look for opportunities where maybe future industries coming to Tucson, encouraging them and help them to recycle on their own property as a partnership and let them use their water drops more than once was high. As well as treatment technologies, continuing to treat reclaimed water or recycled water to a higher quality, and even to a higher quality that may be good enough for drinking water standards in the future. The last bucket of water, which is new to the One Water 2100 plan and was not specifically outlined in past plans, is stormwater and rainwater strategies. A lot of positive feedback, particularly on the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Program, now called Storm to Shade, and community members. What they want to see in the future is they want to align the standards better through the street corridors, and whether it's in the city or in the county or other partners, to seeing stormwater regionally become a tool in greening up the Tucson metro area. Ensuring best practices, always looking out there for those best practices and setting up our Storm to Shade program and advanced projects. Build larger projects. That came up often, is like, let's look at some in the future, coming up with some large GSI projects on that. And then the low impact development standards project, making it easily understandable for the community to put those programs together. Also included in this plan was the demand strategies that go along with the supply strategies. Some of the top areas, and there's many areas listed throughout the plan, but these are some of the highlights of it. Continue to improve outreach for low-income assistance program, homeowners and renters, if possible, and continue to grow our programs in that direction. Also more incentives for water efficiencies, reduce outdoor use. We're already moving on several of these fronts. We talked about them in the item preceding this. New policies for EPA water sinks fixtures, look at non-functional turf, commercial and industrial tiered rate, irrigation meter requirements. All of these items came up during the planning process for the One Water plan, and those are all items that are actively now being pursued from the direction of this council with the department. Also on the demand strategy side, there was a high level of interest for smart meters and leak detection and researching new water conservation techniques. I may have mentioned earlier, we were one of the first communities to win a grant from Arizona WIFA from their conservation program. We're going to have a $4 million program that's going to, over the next 2 years, install smart meters on our commercial and industrial customers, as well as the city accounts, as well as reclaimed customer accounts. So we're stepping into that box, which is a direction that was outlined in this plan. So our next steps is we're at the point where if there's any additional items or clarifying questions that members of council have, they can send them to us over the next month or hopefully in the next couple weeks so we can adopt them or correct the plan as written. The next step to come back to council is October 17th, and that's for the final adoption. If adopted on October 17th, we will then plan on having annual updates of the One Water 2100 implementation plan on all these strategies and more starting in the year 2024. And with that, Mayor, I'll hand back.
Thank you, Mr. Kimmick. Jamie, did you want to include anything else in the presentation and the commentary?
No, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of council. I really appreciate the summary here and the opportunity to present the plan.
Well, thank you, Tucson Water, Director Kimmick, and all your team, especially Jamie, for putting together this comprehensive draft plan. Often, people would ask me when we're in the process of putting together the Tucson Resilient Together, our climate action and adaptation plan, like, why are we not directing our water concerns? And I would often say it's like we're putting together the One Water 2100 plan, and that will be in concert with the Tucson Resilient Together. And by the way, all of it will be put into our general plan and hopefully have our residents approve all of our plans, Tucson Resilient Together, One Water, and the general plan that addresses all of the other needs for the next 10 years of our city. So thank you so much for the incredible work that you're all have put into this. At the end of the day, I usually tell people that as mayor, I want us to have a thriving desert city with economic opportunity for every Tucsonan equally. And we cannot have economic development or an incredible city without assurances that we have water supply to keep us going for the next 4,000 years, like you said, John. So wonderful work. Really appreciate how innovative and forward-thinking this plan is, and looking forward to the input and feedback from our colleagues on the council. Any input? Councilmember Cunningham.
There's a few things, and I waited till both items were done to kind of discuss it, because when you really look at this, both of these items are related. They're actually joined at the hip, if you will. One of the pieces I'm looking at is natural recharge. I know that we've kind of gone over, I love that we're doing our stormwater, I love that we're doing our recycling, and we've kind of led the way. We're like the ultimate water bank, water baron thing going on. We're going after the grants, we're gonna make people whole, but I'm really liking this new technology recharge stuff that we're doing. We're kind of on the cutting edge of it, and I think we should take advantage. I mean, it's not an accident that our wells continue to rise. And I think there's other ways to do it. I like the idea of actively looking at pre-existing watersheds or naturally existing watersheds, both inside and outside the service area, believe it or not. I mean, counterintuitive to what we're doing, we have opportunities to take a look at, hey, maybe what if we do introduce even clean water, even Colorado River into watersheds in other areas that come into our well fields. So like Cienega Creek, Tanque Verde Creek, Rolito, or Agua Caliente, where the nexus is, or even southern Santa Cruz. I mean, I think there's some opportunity there. And again, it's an evolving conversation. I get it, but I'm really trying to see those opportunities for natural recharge. And I think with what we saw with Santa Cruz Heritage, I think there's opportunity that those opportunities give us even indirect residual opportunities or byproduct opportunities with, that water flow, that water feel. And I think that's something that's cool for us. I think that makes Tucson unique. So I'm really like to see some recharge stuff if it's there. I mean, if it isn't, I don't want to get into a situation where we're doing recharge just to recharge and we're evaporating, 35% a year. But if it makes sense, it's going to stay clean and it's right, let's go for it. 2, Lake Mead Watchdog. It's really exciting to hear the news about Lake Mead. it's kind of like, all right, so you're on a 14-game losing streak. You kind of win a game, and you're like, okay, we won the championship. No, we didn't. We just finally won a game. I mean, so I think we should watch what the other communities and our other partners do at Lake Mead. Like, oh no, now it's a tier 1, so we're all going to purchase our full thing. And I think that it's going to take more than 1 year and a decent snowpack of 1 year to get back what we got. It just is. So I'm glad that we're going to continue our commitment to rebuild Lake Mead. My problem is I want to use that as leverage that other partners continue to do so as well. I don't want to be the only people carrying the ball club, all right? Because that's just not fair to us. Yes, when it comes to water, we are LeBron James, but at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that these other communities and our partners are doing their part too. 3, congratulations on 2100. What I think it really gives us, if you really look at the document extensively, is it gives us some clarity. Like we've all had these ideas forever, but what 2100 gives us is like this focus, man. And it's crazy because a lot of people don't remember that in 1998, 1999, there were like people on the radio, on talk radio going, oh, you only got like 20 years left of water in Tucson, Arizona. And right now, I think it's probably like 10 times that. So it's really exciting to be where we are. It gives us a long-term vision of sustainability. So I really like all the things that are outlined in 2100. It makes us that oasis in the desert we've always talked about being. And in a lot of places we already are, but I like that we're going to continue. All in all, congratulations. I hope that we're able to get some of that money for those 1,000 customers that kind of just missed the niche. My office will continue to work with you offline to see how we can get that going. So anyway, great report. Appreciate you, and I yield.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, and thank you, Director Kamek, and a special thank you to you, Jamie Galeta, for a great report. I have to apologize. Having COVID this week has put me behind in my to-do list, and I really haven't given this report the attention that it deserves. So I want to let you know I'll get back to you soon with some additional questions, suggestions, and topics for discussion. In the meantime, I do have some specific comments and questions that I'm going to read in no particular order, and I don't expect answers today. To start off, these facts so concern me every time I read them, and I saw them in the document. There has been a roughly 20% decline in Colorado River flows since the turn of the century. The Colorado River is over allocated even without that reduced flow. That's page 26. On page 10, Tucson has a geography that presents substantial water supply challenges for a growing community. And on page 4, Tucson is overly reliant on Colorado River water. I think it's great that we have those up front, and that's what we're trying to tackle. Specifically, I found it curious that there is overwhelming support for water harvesting. But I wonder if that was because it was the only option people were given to support in the survey that had to do with water harvesting. There was nothing about people's thoughts about the Storm to Shade program and funding. And I believe that's the Tucson Water's premier stormwater use program, and needs to be bolstered and supported. I have nothing against large-scale projects, so I don't understand why you have bigger basins, if that's what it's meant. The big basins that I see next to some developments, in the early stages of how they were keeping water on the thing, they look like big pits, and they collect garbage. They're not performing the functions that we need. But the fact is, if we want to increase tree equity and fight the urban heat island effect using stormwater, we have to be in neighborhoods, small scale. And the neighborhoods that need it the most, low income and minority neighborhoods, which we know are the hottest in town, these are the most expensive places to do in-street water harvesting and tree planting, and we need to focus on that. So I'd like to see some recommendations on how to expand the Storm to Shade program. Another point, seawater desalinization is mentioned briefly as a water augmentation potential. This is pie in the sky stuff. I'm 100% against any conversation concerning desal at this time. The problem we face is that we've not learned to live sustainably within our water budget. Arizona does not have a seashore, so it is immediately problematic to come up with a plan to desalinate seawater. Desalination also takes massive amounts of energy and capital and produces incredible environmental degradation. So this is part of our climate action plan, and which is all about reducing city greenhouse gas emissions. This understanding needs to be part of all of our water discussions. For instance, we know that treating wastewater to potable standards is extremely energy intensive. And unless you're doing that with renewable sources of energy, there is a greenhouse gas impact. Have Tucson Water done calculations on the potential emissions of increased wastewater treatment? Page 34 mentions that our reclaimed water system, which does not adhere to the cost of service principles and is subsidized by other ratepayers, supports the Gulf sector, which in my mind is not a great argument. One Water mentions 5 guiding principles on page 18, 2 of them. Number 3 states, quote, enhance quality of life by preserving and restoring riparian areas and urban tree canopy, end quotes. Again, my thought would be that I don't find any specifics mentioned about how to increase the urban tree canopy in the face of this water plan. Number 4 states, quote, achieve affordability, accessibility, and social justice by prioritizing equitable projects and programs. Very worthy goal. Again, what are the specifics? That's all for now, but looking forward to future discussions on this soon. And again, thanks for producing a very interesting report.
Mayor.
Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, if you don't mind, and it seems like you were reading from something. Would you mind sharing those with us so that we have them? We tried to take some notes. I just want to make sure we capture your comments.
I'd be
I sure
glad to,
appreciate
yeah.
it. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Absolutely. Good points and good input. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I just wanted to appreciate the work and really helping map out what our values and goals are here for the city of Tucson. I am curious about, I think a lot of the times that we get pushback for any housing development or having density as we're also trying to address our housing shortage. I think the number one thing I hear from folks is that we don't have water to build more housing for people here. And so I'm curious about how do we talk about that within the plan? Because my understanding is that we are using the same amount of water as we did in the 80s, even though our population has doubled. And so how do we do that math, walk people through that math of how we can like grow our housing stock and our access to water without it meaning we're taking more water from our limited resources. So I'm just curious about how we talk about that. That would be helpful for myself. And then as we are developing these new technologies to conserve water and alert us about leaks, how are we making this accessible not just to some of our, bigger businesses, but residential? Because we get that a lot, right, from neighbors that didn't realize they had a leak and then they have a $1,000+ bill and they still need to pay it. So how do we make these technologies more accessible?
Great. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. Yes, that the first question you asked, we get that same question at the Water Department. How can new houses or new people continue to move here, and won't that dry up our water supply? In general, and you kind of answered it, the community has been changing, particularly new housing. We have that decoupling of growth from water use, so new houses are well more efficient, and now that we have an EPA water sense fixtures, the impact of new development and new housing is a lot less of what it was 40 years ago, for sure, in the Tucson community. But I think because we do get that question frequently, I think it would be good for our conservation department and our staff to actually put together a brochure on that to help everybody answer that question, and that's something we'll be part of our implementation on that.
And John, I'm sorry to interrupt, because I know you're going to answer the second question, but part of the decoupling of infill development, besides we're in a new age, right? We use way less water per family, but it's also about the sustainability. Part of our concern was sprawl. And so growing inside the city where the infrastructure is there and we're not blading deserts is also adds value to infill development. So I hope that it also couples some of that conservation in terms of saving money for infrastructure to begin with, because you all had to connect pipes into new developments outside of the city. And so that's also part of the value of growth in our urban core. Anyway, I just wanted to add that because it should be part of that conservation conversation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The second question, advanced metering or smart metering. This has been a goal of the utility for a number of years, and our customers have been interested in it, like you mentioned, Councilmember Santa Cruz. So our ability to take the step in the advanced metering program with this $4 million program that we're going to launch for our commercial and industrial or city accounts, that's the first step in that leg. We have over 240,000 connections out there, so it's a more than $30 million capital improvement to convert everybody. So we're handling the non-residential first, make sure that our technology, make sure our phone app or whatever is going to come with it is all tried and true, and then over the next several years, we're going to be building into our CAP, converting single-family residents and multifamily households going forward. So that is a direct goal. It was outlined in the plan, and it's been a goal of the utility for a number of years now. Thank you.
Any others? Vice Mayor, and then that's going to be the last comment or question. Then we have to move on to the next item. But we have till October 17th to make sure that we give input and feedback and any additional possible stakeholders that you want engaged, we can do that. Vice Mayor.
Thanks. So, first of all, good job, Kevin, for having COVID. You did a pretty deep dive into the report. I was originally going to call it Kimmick's data dump, but I guess it's your data dump on us. That's like 600 pages of information. Is really well put together. One of my first questions was also on the smart metering, and I guess you just answered it. You're looking at a 3 to 4 year rollout, or more than that, or what?
Yep. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, we're still looking at the CIP capacity on that. So hopefully it'll be a number of years, but I can't give it the direct number yet.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. There was some mention of it, but where does direct potable reuse fit into this entire program?
Councilmember Kozaczek, direct potable reuse, or also known as advanced water treatment, came up in the use of effluent as a resource section quite a bit. So a lot of community stakeholders asked about that because they're hearing it. It's starting to happen more in California, more in Texas. The city of Phoenix is moving in that direction as well with a major capital program on that. So, and that ended up coming up as something that the city of Tucson should be looking at in the future.
But for uses other than or in addition to reclaim?
This would direct potable reuse is directly going into the drinking water system after an advanced purification process.
And any sense as to where we are in terms of advancing that conversation?
Where we're looking at is when we get to the implementation updates in 2024, we'll be looking at all those items and bringing them forward as necessary.
Similarly to Kevin's comments, Section S1 speaks to the large-scale stormwater projects. Totally not a criticism of our GSI and storm to shade programs, but they need more staff, and we need additional trained vendors because projects are backing up. I know I've had the neighborhood scale GSI folks tell me just tap the brake because we can't keep up with you. Our community wants that stuff. And one of the challenges I know that they have is just not having enough vendors to go to who know the deal, who know the drill, so that they know how to do the installation of these. So that would be one comment. How are we coordinating things like the water use audits and leaky water line repairs with South Tucson? Because South Tucson was shown on the map.
Councilmember Kozachik, so South Tucson, Tucson Water customers, we deal with them directly. Are you referring to the customers in South Tucson? Yeah. So we treat all the Tucson Water customers equally when it comes to access to audits, access to conservation programs. So if there's anyone in the South Tucson area that would like to utilize those services from the department, they're
Okay, so
it's
no
open.
distinction based on
No,
jurisdiction.
there's no distinction in our conservation program with any of the political boundaries of the area.
Excellent. One of your graphs showed that 80% of the Tucson water greenhouse gas is tied to CAP deliveries. What are the sources of that electric draw?
Councilmember Kozachik, so by moving our 144,000 acre feet of CAP, that was included in our greenhouse gas emission inventory of what percentage of that to move Colorado River water from an elevation of, I think, roughly 500 feet, 336 miles.
Okay, so it's not local impact.
No,
it's the entire system.
Yeah, it's our proportion of the canal of moving that water to us.
That didn't just jump off the page at me. I looked at that and said 80% of Tucson water's GHG is, that didn't make sense. Okay, now it does. In your scenario planning section, section 3, you're modeling supply versus demand. Have you done scenario modeling also to address responses to brownouts due to grid overload?
Responses to, what was that? I missed that.
Brownouts due to grid overload.
Brownouts?
Power brownouts.
Oh, power out. No, I don't think we have that. Do you remember?
It was all focused on supply and demand, but there are, well, go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Member Kozachik, we are doing that type of analysis through our emergency planning work, which was not addressed directly in One Water 2100, but is part of our larger planning effort at the utility, how we would deal with outages of power and natural gas, that sort of thing is being worked out by separate division.
Okay, I know that we have a conversation coming on microgrids, but that would be an area for us to consider that application on Tucson water facilities, vulnerable infrastructure. Final question is, in your demand analysis, multifamily is roughly 20% of our meter use. Have you done an analysis cost benefit on sub-metering individual units for multifamily and how we might reduce consumption if we were sub-metering, or is that all speculative?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, we are looking at Mayor and council direction, I believe, at metering for irrigation meters, which would address some of that concern. Sub-metering is definitely something the conservation program has always been interested in and looking at. It's an expense and it would have to be laid out in a cost-benefit analysis, but there are many benefits in terms of being able to pass along both the information and also the incentive to conserve to the end customer where it belongs.
And I know that we're all concerned about housing affordability, and so there's a cost to that, but even considering it for new development, the way we've done with EVs, so you're kind of rolling into that as a part of the initial construction and not retrofitting, because that's where the real cost would come in. But, okay, thanks.
All righty, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to make sure that we have the equity piece, that we've reached the hard-to-reach stakeholders of our community. And if we haven't, that we just give them an opportunity. And we can always go back to the partners that participated with Tucson Resilient Together. And I know that you all have those contacts and information, so let's make sure that we just cross that T and dot that I. But thank you so much for your incredible work. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to our continued conversation on this good work. We have to move on to item 12. The discussion of the joint Tucson Pima County Historical Commission has been continued to the meeting of September 19th. Item 13. Mayor and council will discuss and provide direction on the enhancement or the Enhanced Vacant and Neglected Structures Program, which includes a new abatement lien foreclosure process. And with this particular item, Councilmember Dahl and I brought this item to Mayor and Council back in March of this year after having a conversation about challenges of dealing with the problems caused by properties that are left vacant by their owners or neglected for long periods of time. We all know that these areas are ripe for all kinds of problems in our neighborhoods, especially becoming a nuisance for neighbors. So I just want to thank the city manager, city attorney, city staff who are bringing us this presentation today. Incredible work. I'm particularly interested in hearing about the possible enhancements that will expand the programs from being primarily complaint-driven to having a more proactive response. I did want to invite Councilmember Dahl to see if he had any opening comments, and then give the floor to staff. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, and thank you so much for your support on this issue and staff for putting together a thorough report and recommendation. I've already seen it. They're going to do a great job. As you know, vacant and neglected properties cause a negative ripple effect in our community. Lori Pumphrey and the team over at Code Enforcement have been doing their best. But with these recommendations, they will now have the tools to hold nuisance property owners more accountable. Additionally, like the city of Phoenix, we will be able to start recouping some, if not all, of the funds that are spent by the city in securing some of these problem structures by creating a pathway to foreclosure on the long-term non-compliant properties. I wholeheartedly support these recommendations. Mayor, shall I put off making a motion until after the presentation?
Yes, I think that let's go to through the presentation, and then we can come back to you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, this has been an ongoing effort for quite a bit. When you all brought it and asked us to look at it and really strengthen it, as Councilman Dahl just outlined. I think that is something that's before you. I will have Shilpa Hunter Patel and Carlos de la Torre go over some of the thoughts and details there, and then we'll be available to answer questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Shilpa Hunter Patel. I work for Mike Rankin in supporting the code enforcement group, and I work with the Vans cases in particular on legal matters, and I've had the opportunity to work with the staff to develop the proposed changes to the Vans program, which is our vacant and neglected structures program, as well as a new proposed program for an abatement lien foreclosure process. This matter is returning to the mayor and council for consideration after in May we were given direction to go and evaluate potential changes that we could adopt in both the programs. So our current process, just in the way of background, has been a complaint-driven process for Vans cases. And while it's adequate for addressing dilapidated buildings and structures and securing them, it has not really been sufficient to deal with some of the ongoing nuisance issues that we have at some of these properties, even after doing abatement. Some of these locations and lots, after the city's even invested money in the abatement, still continue to be a problem. And so evaluating changes and new tools to try to address that issue is what this proposal is aimed at. We've got some front-end considerations and changes that we are proposing, like increasing the ability to not just respond to complaints, but to proactively have code enforcement go out and evaluate and identify areas where we have Vans issues and initiate cases on their own, as well as taking complaints from other sources besides just the community, like the wards and the city departments that are more involved with some of the properties that are problematic. You'll see in the process, in the attachment of the materials, there is attachment A has sort of the description of what our current process is for Vans cases. And attachment B identifies a more elaborate flow chart that includes not just the initial responses to Vans properties, but starts to identify a detailed approach for a foreclosure process. This back-end approach is sort of a idea of using all the tools in our toolbox. It's a tool that exists, unlike, Mr. Rankin asking for authorization earlier for a criminal nuisance case. These tools are already in the state statutes and within our code. It's something that the city hasn't availed itself to, but we believe that there are certain benefits to that. So the process, essentially, after an abatement is done with the city, a lien is attached to the property. This is then invoiced, and up until now, that's pretty much the process. And the city has only recouped its costs if people come approaching to the city wanting to remove the liens from the property. This new foreclosure process that we've outlined here would allow us to recover those costs and the taxpayer funds that we've used to abate the properties, try to motivate the owners of these properties that are nuisances to kind of permanently sell the properties or permanently address the issues long-term, so they're not repeat issues that the city has to spend money on and deal with, and start to eliminate some of the recurring blight and neglected issues that we have across the city in multiple areas. So the staff have reviewed and met with other jurisdictions. In particular, we had a very, very productive meeting with the City of Phoenix staff. They, in 2015, adopted a abatement foreclosure program. And since that time, apparently they have recouped almost $3 million in city funds that they've spent on properties that were repeat problems. But even more importantly than that, I guess from my perspective, is that they've found that 85 to 90% of the funds or cases where they have repeat problems, they've able to, just having a program where we initiate a process, send them a letter that says, we will sue you to recover these costs, they're self-motivated to pay. And they usually pay, and the properties are either sold or moved on in terms of their status. So they actually believe their program has been very, very successful. And we think that with the ability to start implementing a proactive approach to doing lien foreclosures, there will be an upfront startup where we have some significant cases that we need to handle. But once the word spreads that the city of Tucson is going to be as serious and come in and try to recover those costs that we've been spending to clear up the properties. In the last few years, Phoenix has reported they've only had to do 3 or 4 cases a year because they've essentially got the word out to the city that the city is serious and they will recover those costs. So if you look in the materials, it does not suggest any significant legal changes because we believe administratively the program changes that are being outlined can be made through changes in the code enforcement manual. The establishment of the lien foreclosure process will involve developing a team which will have people from code as well as city attorney's office and business services development to start identifying properties that have liens and selecting these properties for more aggressive prosecution to recover those costs. There is a proposal of required resources for this, and I'll leave it to Carlos to maybe summarize some of those aspects of it. But if you have any questions on the overall program, I'm happy to answer that.
Councilmember Dahl, do you have a motion for us?
I do, and thank you, Shilpa, and thank you, Carlos, and thanks again, Mayor. I move that we accept the recommendations of staff on the Vans issue.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. This is the part where we get to discuss. Mr. Ortega, did you have a comment? I think I saw your hand go up for a second.
Mayor, the only thing I was going to mention was on the resources. We do have positions that are recommended. What I plan to do is utilize vacancy savings as well as positions throughout the organization that have been vacant for a bit. It's consistent with what I told you, and the approach would be on these types of needs. We think this need is clear, and we need to address it, and so I'll be using other resources. If I need additional dollars, I will come back to you at a future date with that, but I will not slow down in filling them. Thank you.
And Director De La Torre, did you have any comment that you wanted to add?
So, Mayor, the only commentary would be is really from a policy perspective, is really going into
more of a reactive or complaint-driven processing of the Vance cases, really to more of a proactive, going out there and inspecting those, coordinating those efforts with maybe some of the city departments, such as police department, in terms of saying, I'm having a lot of issues at this particular house, particular area. We really need to deal with this. And so those are the things that we're going to be working with them very closely to really to address those properties that is not really the building that is vacant and is abandoned, but it's really a property that all of a sudden we're having a lot of activity that is really affecting the neighborhoods. And so we're hoping that working with the neighborhood associations, we can certainly get that feedback as well. And so that's really the change on the approach, and really being, the city being more proactive, more than passive, as we have been in the past. And then the other thing to consider is really how we pursue those liens. Again, is we put a lien for every code enforcement case, but it basically just goes into an invoice, and we don't monitor that very proactively. And the only time that we recover those costs is when the property is either being sold or being transferred. That's the time that we recover that. So it's really actively recovering those costs, and really if there's no payment, then moving forward with a lien foreclosure process, really for the city to recover that. And that will be the incentive really that we're trying to impose on the property owner, to say, if I don't do this, these are the repercussions, and I need to get something moving. And so that's really from a policy perspective, that's how I see the changes, and how it really how we do business today as compared to what we do in business in the Vance program. And not only in terms of our involvement from code enforcement, but also the other departments as mentioned, Ms. Shilpa, in business services and the other departments, and even possibly going and reaching out to, obviously, neighborhood associations to really to minimize really the impact of those properties that are having on the various neighborhoods.
Thank you, Carlos, really appreciate it. I guess my question really is for the community to be able to report any vacant and nuisance properties in the city of Tucson. I mean, I know that I take pictures and send it to the department director, but how is it that we facilitate it? I mean, I know I'm moving around the city and I see issues and take pictures and send it to the department directors, but how do we make it available for the community to report?
So Mayor, after this is adopted, obviously our goal would be is how do we do a public outreach to the public in terms of what are the mechanisms for where the public can report this? So right now, obviously we had a lot of venues. We had the See-Click Fix application, we got ES Help, we got code enforcement reporting the case. So there's multiple venues where citizens can file those complaints. But I think it's really we gotta the possibility of the 311 system going in place. So there's all the areas that we want to make sure that we all connect those resources and really make it very simple in terms of how we're going to really make it simple for residents really to identify that. And the other component is really working very proactively with the neighborhood associations to make sure that they're aware of that resource,
Right.
and really they're aware of that assistance that is going to be available on a much proactive basis moving forward.
Excellent, thank you. I look forward to being able to share this information with the community so that they know exactly, we usually have click it and fix it. We have some systems up and running that we could use to be able to respond to the needs of the community. So looking forward to that too. Council Member Santa Cruz.
I also wanted to share that I'm thrilled to have an additional tool for addressing these problem properties in our community. And so thank you, staff, for all your work, and Councilmember Dahl and Mayor Romero for bringing this forward. I am curious if we will, maybe in a year, be able to have an update of how did the program work year one? Is that something?
Sure. I mean, we could come back in a year and provide an update of the program, sure.
Yeah, because I think I would love to see the numbers that we had in Phoenix about, over the course of 3 years, what the money recouped was, and then just seeing a decline in the amount of abandoned and neglected structures in our community. The other question I had, and this is maybe airing some of our dirty laundry, but our gem show frame tents that stay up way past their time, what is the the time that they're allowed to keep those frames up, and then when do they need to come down because we have frames that are still up, and how do we enforce that?
From the looks we're exchanging, I think we're going to have to get back to you on that one. I'm not sure how the code applies to that, to be frank.
Any others? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Carlos, you said, and maybe it was just in the course of the conversation, that we're going to put a lien on every code case. There's got to be a threshold. I want to make sure we're not just invoking a jihad on neighborhoods. And there's a fundamental difference between your weeds are too high and we're going to put a lien on your house. So where is the threshold? Similar to the conversation we had earlier about the criminal nuisance properties. Where does this process kick in? And then the second question I've got is, I mean, I deal with these too. Mike and I, our offices are involved, and yours as well, in several troublesome properties where we're on the verge of going to court and all of that. But this feels like a lot of energy and a lot of new staffing, city attorney's office, finance office, your staff, for the relative few of these that we have. So I need to get your feedback as to whether or not we're throwing a ton of resources at something that is clunky, but sort of justify how we're, how this approach is going to fundamentally change what we're doing now so we can justify those resources. But the first one is, where's the threshold for when this kicks in?
Yeah. So Mayor, Councilman Kosachik, maybe I can best answer that question. Under the state statutes, we do put a lien on all of the dollars we spend at code enforcement. This is something we do automatically now. What we have not been doing is foreclosing on those liens to try to collect the money proactively. We have just waited for properties to change hands, and then usually owners come to clear their title and they come and pay us. Here in the state statute under Title IX, there is already a framework set up in terms of dollar for dollar how long people have in order to pay us before we could even do a foreclosure process, so that, for smaller amounts, it's $500, you have over a year to pay. So there's a long period of time involved. What we're talking about doing now is starting a monthly invoicing process so that we start to sort of nudge people to pay us sooner, and then if they continue to fail, notice after notice after notice, after the multiple years that the statute provides, we could then bring a case. Now, our team would be evaluating. It would not actually be, cost benefit to try to foreclose on someone for $50 on a lien, but we do have properties throughout the city where we have spent tens of thousands of dollars, or properties that are continuously in a location where we're spending money 2 and 3 times in a calendar year to address not just the vacant structure, but even issues that reoccur on the vacant lot even after abatement is done. Those issues that are more in terms of concern to the community or larger dollar amounts would probably be prioritized for us to move forward, going forward. I think the initial step of sending a letter to try to motivate people to pay us is a very low cost. The ability to evaluate going forward, the cost benefit of when we take a serious legal action is something that we would evaluate with the full team involved.
So most people comply with a notice of violation. I mean, the vast majority. So I get that. Are we capturing costs or putting a lien on not only code enforcement costs, but TPD, transportation when they have to go in and haul off a junk motor vehicle? Are all these costs being captured and included within that lien, or what are we actually charging?
Councilmember Kosachik, the costs associated with the direct abatement would be attached to the lien, including any legal costs, the costs of doing the recording, those kind of administrative costs. Staff time costs like TPD, response time, is not something we're statutorily authorized to include in the lien, so that would not be recovered. But the cost that are dollars expended out of the budget from code enforcement to do a full abatement, those things would be things that would be included in the lien.
Okay, and can you respond to the question as to staffing issues and all of that?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, so you're right, we're going to put a lot of resource to it. And my expectation is that we have much more demand or need than we actually have resource today. And because of the way we've approached it, where we're predominantly complaint-driven on these, we haven't had an opportunity to go into a neighborhood and look at some of the other issues that we have pending a complaint. So what we will do, and I think to Councilmember Santa Cruz's point, we can come back to you in a year and let you know this is how it's gone. But the expectation I have is that we'll get people's attention that this is serious and that we want compliance. We don't want to lean people. We don't want to take, the energy and effort to go through that process. That is not necessary. But we do want to make sure people understand it is a quality of life issue for the neighborhoods. And the only way that we can oftentimes get people's attention is through enforcement. But to your point, I think that the compliance has been in the 85 or 80 percentile in terms of once we send them notice and they know we're serious. So we're hoping that the momentum will carry us so we don't have to. And I can come back to you and say it was a success and we only have to have the maintenance of effort at that point.
So we are over our time designated for this particular item. I want to make sure that I give both Councilmember Fimbres and Cunningham the opportunity, but we really have to move it quickly. So Councilmember Fimbres, you have your hand up, and then we'll come with Councilmember Cunningham and then vote on the motion on the floor.
Here, Mayor, this is gonna be a pilot program for 24 months for the lien. Did I hear that 18 to 24 months?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, no, sir, this is actually moving forward. We will come back to you with a report in 1 year and give you an update on where we are with this. But we are already moving on this. This is really an update for you at your request, but also an expansion of some of the resources.
So I put it in my newsletter. How am I gonna tell citizens, what, you just call 911 or what?
ESL, code enforcement.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, the best thing to do would be to call code enforcement through our environmental services. Dare I say you can call 311. You certainly can start doing that when it's ready. And so all of the usual ways of reporting it, please do not call 911 for this kind of a code enforcement issue. But certainly you can even call our office and bring it to our attention, and we'll make sure that it gets moving that way.
Thank you, Michael. That's good. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll go for a vote.
Few things. Well, my main one for this specifically, like I have a whole bunch of things with code enforcement holistically that I want to discuss. And at the same time, I don't want to put a lien on anybody's house because their weeds are high or because they're operating a business out of their residence, though if they're operating like a 9-truck business out of their residence, they got to be talked to. That being said, is it codified in your procedures that whenever we're executing a lien and we're moving forward for that foreclosure, that the ward office is notified or is actually working in conjunction with code enforcement? Is that in the procedures?
Yeah, Councilmember Cunningham, it's not specifically identified in the procedures, but our practice has been that our code offices work hand in hand with the ward offices on that. It is something we could add if you would like to have notice of.
It's actually really important because what happens is whenever any of our offices are dealing with a code enforcement case, we're usually the point for the person complaining, or we're the point for the person who got a citation. And ultimately, we always find some way or another, the ward office always finds itself in the middle of what's going on. So, truth be told, it's absolutely necessary. It's empirically necessary that the ward office be involved, especially when it's going to foreclosure. So that's what I'd say. You probably, to move this motion forward, which I'm all for, we got to have that worked in there properly somehow. That's all I want to say. Sorry to take up extra time.
That's good.
We'll amend it.
Noted. All right. So all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much for this new tool that we have at our disposal. Really appreciate it. And looking forward to working with your department, EGSG, on this work. Thank you all. Alrighty, so we move on to item 14. As requested by Council Members Santa Cruz and Councilwoman Lee, time has been set aside for a continued discussion on good governance principles and practices, as well as a presentation from the City Attorney Mike Rankin on the components of good governance contained in the Tucson Charter and the Tucson Code. I want to thank Council Member Santa Cruz and Councilwoman Lee and City Attorney Rankin, who have prepared this item today. This conversation on good governance was one of the topics discussed at the Mayor and Council retreat in February of 2023. So I just want to give an opportunity for Councilwoman Lee and Councilmember Santa Cruz to open the item and then go to the presentation by Mr. Rankin.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to start off in reminding us that we started this conversation at the retreat earlier this year. I spoke a little bit about good governance and municipalism, and then just kind of how do we operationalize this and next steps. And so, you know, the purpose of good governance is accountability, openness, and responsiveness from us as a governing body. And so I want to kick the floor to Mike Rankin, and then I can talk about the principles and kind of bring it all back together. But I don't know if Councilwoman Lee had any remarks.
Not particularly, just really appreciate this item in the conversation because there's so many good nuggets and topics within this umbrella of good governance that can be standing conversations around really continuous improvement. So I'm excited that that we're having the conversation. So thank you.
Yeah, so what we've asked Mike Rankin to speak on is looking at like updating our standards for elected public servants, specifically like reviewing what the role of the mayor, council members, vice mayor is according to our charter, and then having a conversation around that.
So Mayor, members of the council, I do have a presentation. I'm going to fly through it because we're here at the end, but I'll provide it to everybody so they have it separately. These are the topics I'll go over. Open meeting law very quickly, structure of city government, roles and responsibilities of officers, as well as words about the city's code of ethics. Councilmember Santa Cruz just mentioned that one of the core good governance principles is openness, transparency. Obviously, a key component there is the open meeting law. It's the Arizona statutes that compel the open meetings like the one we're in right now. For the purposes of this slide, I'll just note that the purpose of the open meeting law is to ensure public access to government and ensure that the people's business is conducted openly, as was just mentioned. Structure of city government. So fundamentally, the structure of the Tucson city government is established in the charter. So that means to change the structure means going to the voters for charter amendments. And we've seen that happen over the years at different times. We've also seen proposals to change the structure of city government be declined or rejected by the voters. Components that are included in the charter include the how there are 7 elected officials with the 6 council members, division of the city into 6 wards, the city's unique election system, redistricting. But there, I do want to reference redistricting is, of course, provided for in the charter, but the actual mechanics of redistricting are provided for in code. And the mayor and council can and have adjusted the components and considerations that go into play during the redistricting process. So if there are additional issues that the council wants to look at in terms of good governance practices going forward with redistricting, you can do that through some code amendments. Other charter components include the civil service system, other than the director level appointed employees and the appointed employees of the mayor and council. And then fundamentally, the city government established under the charter is a council manager form of government. That means the mayor and council, of course, are the legislative authority, and the manager is the chief administrative officer and carries out, implements the policies and legislative acts of the mayor and council. I'll talk quickly about the charter provisions, mayor council rules and regulations, and city codes of ethics, because those are all different sources of guidance with respect to the roles and responsibilities of the mayor, the vice mayor, the council members, and then the various city officials, including the city manager. Charter provisions relating to the mayor identify the mayor as the CEO, the chief executive officer of the city, and in that capacity, the mayor acts to chair these meetings of the mayor and council, presides at those meetings, is recognized as the official head of the city by the courts, the governor, other state officials, and then, of course, has emergency powers, which we've actually talked about a little bit today. The mayor and council rules and regulations, which have been adopted by the mayor and council by resolution and amended over time, also help flesh out the role of the mayor. The mayor presides only over the meetings of the mayor and council, but also some of the more granular detail here about how the meetings are conducted are found in the rules and regulation, about the chair deciding points of order, declaring the votes, signing the documents, etc. The mayor, this is an important function, serves as the chair of the agenda committee, which establishes the agenda for the council meetings as we set that schedule for each upcoming meeting. And ultimately has final say whether an item may be added to the agenda during the time period after the agenda committee has met and before the next meeting. We actually had a couple instances of things that we added to this meeting today through that process. The vice mayor also is established through the city's charter, but the extent of the provisions there are actually pretty sparse. The charter does identify that the vice mayor is selected annually by the mayor and council to serve a one-year term. There isn't any kind of limit on the consecutive number of terms or how many terms cumulatively any of the council members can serve as the vice mayor. The vice mayor fundamentally serves as the mayor pro tem or the temporary mayor in the absence or disability of the mayor. In the occasion that we might have a vacancy in the office of the mayor for whatever reason, the vice mayor would serve in that position, but only until such time as a new mayor is selected through the process that's dictated under the charter. So with respect to the role of the individual council members, it's the mayor and council that acts as a body as opposed to individually to carry out the legislative authority of the city. The charter has two sections that enumerate, or in other words, list a whole series of powers and legislative authority of the mayor and council. I've listed a few here. It's things you would expect. Like dealing with the disposal of, or purchase of property, improving your streets, assessing taxes, regulating businesses. There's also certain specific provisions that come into play as you're dealing with specific issues like regulations to prevent the spread of infectious diseases, which obviously is something that we've had to deal with here. The mayor and council rules and regulations, again, approved by the mayor and council and periodically revised through resolutions, have a number of provisions that establish the rules for how the meetings are conducted, how ordinances and resos are brought forward, and then some more, again, granular detail about things like, well, what happens if a council member just passes on a vote more than once? And per the rules, that counts as a yes vote. So it's important to know those rules as meetings are conducted so that you know the implications of what happens when these things come up. The rules and regulations do allow for electronic attendance, and of course during the last 3 years that's been a rule that's been allowed widely in order to allow the business of the mayor and council to be conducted during some extraordinary times. The city clerk, of course, has a key role with respect to the agenda and the administration of the mayor and council meetings in preparing the agenda, the notices and minutes, administers the agenda committee meetings together with the chair, who of course is the mayor. The mayor and council rules establish decorum rules for our meetings, which have come up occasionally, so that we can prevent the interruption or interference with the business of the mayor and council during the council meetings. The rules and regs actually have a provision that say they can't be amended except with 5 affirmative votes of the mayor and council. Fundamentally, I think that the provision in the charter that says the mayor and council can adopt an ordinance or resolution with 4 votes would probably trump that. But the idea is that these rules and regulations are supposed to be to sustain for a period of time. So the Code of Ethics, this is a compilation of rules and codes that were approved by the Mayor and Council back in 2013. And I highlight them in the presentation because the Code of Ethics actually addresses a lot of the principles of good governance that you had started to discuss during the retreat and that you discuss time to time here at the Mayor and Council meetings. The Code of Ethics doesn't just apply to the mayor and council, it applies to every employee of the city as well as to every board, committee, and commission member. And generally, it touches upon the things that Councilmember Santa Cruz led off the item here, that it aspires to require the highest standards of personal integrity, truthfulness, respect, professionalism, honesty, fairness, open transparency, all of those things. The provisions that are included in the Code of Ethics cover a wide range of good governance components, including open meeting, public records, conflicts of interest. In fact, there's a whole attachment to it that gives examples of how conflicts of interest might arise and how they should be addressed. The acceptance of gifts or things of value by city officials or city employees, confidential information, discrimination, harassment, open government transparency, limits on political activity. And then there really is a fleshing out of the notion of the council manager form of government that emphasizes the need to separate the legislative functions of the mayor and council and the administrative functions of the city as led by the city manager. The Code of Ethics reinforces that all city employees and officials comply with federal, state, and city laws, and with a specific reference to civil rights laws, Title VII, and the city charter. Open government, which I think we all agree is one of the core principles of good governance, is also addressed in the Code of Ethics, and again, requires compliance with open meeting law, public records, and other legal requirements. With respect to the council manager form of government, it emphasizes that, consistent with the provisions of the city charter, the Code of Ethics separates the legislative functions of the mayor and council and the administrative functions of the manager, identifies the fact that the manager supervises and directs the administrative operations of the city and all city staff under the city's civil service system, which of course is established by the charter. And the purpose of civil service, of course, is to separate political reasons from the appointment or removal of employees within the civil service. The responsibilities of the manager and all city employees with respect to the mayor and council is spelled out in the Code of Ethics, emphasizing the need for professionalism in the highest level of ethics, that employees and staff need to recognize that the mayor and council serve as the direct link to the residents of the city who they have been elected to represent, and that city staff do not set policy, but we make policy recommendations, and then the mayor and council decide the policy and legislative decisions of the city. On the flip side, the elected officials under the council manager form of government respect the role of the manager and city staff. They don't interfere with employment issues, appointment and removal issues, particularly in the civil service. They can work through the manager and the manager's designated staff to carry out the policies and directives of the mayor and council. There are various provisions in the Code of Ethics about compliance and enforcement. I'll just provide you this slide as I send it out, but I don't need to go over it here. Some resources on all of these topics are available, so when I give you these, you'll have these links. The Office of the Arizona Ombudsman, through the Arizona Attorney General's office, has publications that assist with the open meeting law, as well as public records in particular. Bless you. These are the links to the Mayor and Council Rules and Regulation, Code of Ethics, which are available on the city's website, including the revised city's website. And that's all I have in terms of presentation. Happy to take questions. I understand I flew through this, but the purpose
I
is
actually
really...
love the start and the end.
Absolutely. That's my favorite two slides.
Your favorite rock star.
My favorite
Sophia
local
Rankin.
band.
Thank you so much for really your presentation and of course the wonderful pictures of Sophia. But important reminder for the community that these resources are there, open, available for them to read. So I know that Councilman Lee and Councilmember Santa Cruz wanted to expand the conversation, so you can all jump in.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I remember when we talked at the retreat, I referenced the 12 principles of good democratic governance, and so I just made copies that lays out like the different principles and what they entail. And I know, like Rankin just mentioned, you know, we have our own code of conduct, and so for me, it's a conversation like, are there things that are missing from there that we would want to add to it as we continue this conversation? And I'm hoping that this will be an ongoing item. I know that folks have raised issues with our clean elections process this past primary, and that there's interest in reviewing some of that after the elections this year. And so that's, you know, one of the principles as well. But for this specific item, Principle 7 is competence and capacity, highlights the professional skills and performance of elected officials. That for our purposes, kind of laying out the responsibilities and duties of the mayor, the city manager, council members, and the vice mayor. So when I was stepping down from being vice mayor, I had talked about how can we empower the role of vice mayor and adding expectations and responsibilities and maybe removing some barriers or limitations that inhibit that role. Specifically, I know that there's been unwritten rules for how you elect the vice mayor and what they do. I think that traditionally here in the city of Tucson, we've seen the vice mayor function as ceremonial and serving as the official government presence when the mayor is unable to attend. And if we're really unlucky, presiding over mayor and council meetings in the mayor's absence. But I know that we have had a practice of just having a rotation for electing a vice mayor, and again, just having more of that ceremonial purpose. And I wanted to explore with this governing body, because each governing body gets to kind of decide what that looks like, but wanting to continue the conversation of having the vice mayor role be more of the city representative and an active participant in our state's League of Cities and Towns. We just had the conference here in Tucson and was really helpful to be in attendance and meet with so many other council members in other cities and state legislators as well. But also being the representative at the National League of Cities, large cities, president-elect, vice mayor, and mayor pro tem convenings that are also really helpful to see what a lot of our sister cities are doing across the nation. And then also just being the liaison to the Arizona State Legislature and helping build relationships and advocate for the City of Tucson projects and priorities. We know that the mayor has been very successful in helping do that at the national level, and we benefited greatly from that, and needing to continue to have that even here at our state as the composition of the state has shifted more favorably towards our city priorities and policies. And then helping oversee any specific council priority projects and policies set by this governing body. So I wanted to put that out there, as well as like the process for how we select the vice mayor by having more of a process that can not just attract, but position somebody who is willing to serve in this capacity with these added responsibilities, so that we can better serve the public. So with that, I wanted to pass it over to Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. No, I agree. It is challenging to do this part-time. And so, Mayor, I don't know how, I mean, with all the responsibilities, having an additional sidekick to be able to handle some additional things, I think just makes a lot of sense. I like the idea of having those additional responsibilities dedicated somewhere. I know you and I both do different things with the National League and the State League. And so just having somebody to kind of run point on that, it sounds like a good thing to explore. I'd really be curious what that might look like for the city. I think that the city deserves it because we're growing very large compared to where we started. And I think that it's good to reevaluate these things and see where we want to head in the future.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think that one of the policies of like the 12 principles of good democratic governance is innovation and no openness to change. We all agree that our charter, has needed updating once in a while. When was it? I think we're operating under 1924. 29 charter. So many things are different, especially the growth of our city, right? We are now a city of 560,000 people in Tucson proper, and we are the 33rd largest city in this country. And so it's been my ethic to as the mayor, to elevate Tucson as the 33rd largest city in this country. I'm a fan of the word progress because progress for me is innovation, is openness to change, it's forward thinking, is moving our city in the direction of progress. So I love the idea of being able to define the vice mayor position more clearly so that it is explained and defined to the community so that they know exactly what to expect. And since the charter doesn't say much about the role of vice mayor, I think this is one piece of the principles of good democratic governance that we could easily start defining and start putting together, especially because every December, what the charter does say is that every December we need to choose our vice mayor. So it's good timing for us to be able to start the process and defining it much more. Mr. Rankin, would this be part of the mayor and council's rules and regulations procedure? Or how would we go about this?
Mayor, I would actually expect that to be separate from the rules and regulations, which really deal more with the preparation and carrying out of the mayor and council meetings and the agenda. So to the extent the vice mayor would be defined to have a different role in that context, it might cause amendments to that document. But I would think that it would be by a separate ordinance or resolution.
Any other questions, comments, or input? Okay, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Well, I have an action item, and so I wanted to move that we direct the city attorney to return to mayor and council with language that defines vice mayor duties and responsibilities, building on what is mandated for the vice mayor position by our city charter. Please include developing a positive working relationship with the mayor and council members, serving as the city's representative at the State League of Cities and Towns and the National League of Cities, Large Cities President-elect Vice Mayor and Pro Tem, serving as the city's liaison to the Arizona State Legislature to build relationships and advocate for City of Tucson projects, priorities, and investments, and overseeing specific council priority projects and policies as determined by mayor and council to increase capacity and deliver results for City of Tucson residents. And I further direct the city attorney to come back to mayor and council with clear options for selecting the vice mayor through election by peers after council members have the opportunity to express interest in serving as vice mayor or another similar process.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
Aye.
Was that aye for supporting Councilmember Fimbres?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because it came after the negative. So motion carries. Thank you so much for bringing this. I'm excited about the possibility of other pieces of the work in terms of transparency, and really looking forward to continued conversations about this. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Lee and Councilmember Santa Cruz, for bringing this item to our attention. With that, we are going to move to item 15. This time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committees.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, just a quick update on federal and state issues. First, on the federal side, a lot of the action is going to return to Congress this week and next, with the Senate returning this week and the House returning next week. We'll be hearing a lot about budget discussions, spending bill negotiations. It sounds like it will be some difficult negotiations. The concern, of course, is that the federal budget expires on September 30th, and so there is a need either to approve a fiscal year 24 budget or a continuing resolution, or there could be a federal government shutdown. So, of course, we'll be watching that very closely. There are some other items going on at the federal level that we'll be keeping our eyes on. President Biden is asking for a supplemental appropriation for some important needs, including supporting Ukraine, as well as disaster relief for some natural disasters across the country. There's the Farm Bill, there's the NDAA, which of course impacts funding for Davis-Monthan and just the national security. And so there's just a lot that we'll be hearing about and following over the next month. So I just wanted to make sure Mayor and Council know about that and know that, when it comes to Tucson and our priorities, maintaining federal programs and budget priorities of this council, in particular federal funding for housing and other city services is our priority, and we'll be keeping our eyes on those. With that, turning to the state, as Councilmember Santa Cruz just mentioned, last week Tucson hosted the annual meeting of the Arizona League of Cities and Towns. I believe there were over 1,200 attendees, which I believe is a near record for them. And thank you to the council members who participated. Mayor received an award for 16 years of service, as well as Vice Mayor Kozaczek and Councilmember Fimbres are recognized for 12 years of public service at the local level. We had an incredible number of meetings and discussions with a whole lot of mayors and council members, state legislators from across the state, again, on the priorities that we live and breathe and work on all the time. In particular, I'd mention housing services and shelter for people experiencing houselessness, talked a lot about housing trust fund, low-income housing tax credits, but then even beyond housing, I know I was part of a lot of discussions with our elected officials and others on water, transportation, the state budget, and even public safety and other issues. It's great to host them in Tucson and be around folks who, again, work on the same things we work on. And again, just want to congratulate the mayor and thank our council members for attending. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions by our colleagues? None. You did an incredible job, Andrew. Thank you so much for your work on making sure that our council colleagues and I had the conversations we needed to have at the League of Cities and Towns. So that's always very good. It was just incredible. Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues that attended. We move on to the next item. Thank you, Andrew. Item 16, does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to remove liquor license item 5C6, the perimeter bicycling one, for separate consideration.
And I'd like to pull item G from consent agenda, just to say a few good things about it. Any others? Alrighty, thank you. We move on to item 17. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regularly scheduled meeting, let me see, we're just gonna get a couple of minutes, will begin at 5:50, just to give us 15 minutes to stretch our legs and then get ourselves back here. Thank you all so much, really appreciate it. Study session is adjourned. The regular meeting begins at 5:50. The next study session will be Tuesday, September 19th, 2023. Thank you all so much. Okay, yeah, let's go home. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres,
Absent excused.
Mr. Kozaczek, Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Jacqueline Lown Peters of Eagle Wings of Grace. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Can we please bow our heads? Dear Heavenly Father, we just ask you to accept our thanks for this day and all of its blessings. Please give our chosen city leaders wisdom to make the decisions that will help our community improve and stay focused on the needs of the people. Amen. To the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Lown Peters, for gracing us with your presence. We really appreciate your prayer. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 277, dated September 6th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments of Joy Luliano to the Tucson Pima County Bicycle Advisory Committee and Cayetana Nelson to the Small Minority Women-Owned Business Commission?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second?
There is a motion and a second. I would like to thank our appointees for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson in your appointed capacity. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor Council Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 267, dated September 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Yes, okay, we've got a few. Councilmember Dahl, I'll start with you since you're with us virtually. Do you have any current events today?
Thank you, Mayor. Today I'll pass.
All righty. So we'll start with Councilwoman Lee. All right, and then we'll hopscotch.
Thank you, Mayor. Next Monday, we come together to honor those who lost their lives on September 11th, 2001, and continue to honor all of our military and first responders who protect us from foreign and domestic threats. Each year, thousands of people across Arizona walk, climb, and run stairs to remember. The 9/11 Tower Challenge will be held at the Tucson Convention Center Arena at 7 a.m. You may also attend virtually or donate to support our local heroes. Since 2016, all proceeds from the 9/11 Tower Challenge Foundation have gone to charities serving law enforcement, first responders, military personnel, and their families. To register or just get more information, you can go to 9/11towerchallengefoundation.org. Thanks, Mayor.
Council Member Santa Cruz.
Hi, yes, Mayor. So this upcoming Sunday, we're having our BC's and Burros second Sunday West Side Ride out of the Ward 1 office at 8 a.m. Join us for our monthly West Side Fuga Ride. It's a family-friendly event that comes with breakfast burritos. We also have the Elaine Romero's El Tiradito World Premiere, September 14th from 7:30 to 9 p.m. Teatro Digna and Coalición de Derechos Humanos invites the community to come together at Tucson's mythical Wishing Shrine in the historic Barrio Viejo for the world premiere of Elaine Romero's play El Tiradito. The play will run from September 14th through September 17th, and then again September 21st through the 24th. from 7:30 to 9 p.m. El Tiradito is located at 418 South Main Avenue. There is a suggested donation of $20, but feel free to contact our office if you have any questions or want to be connected with the organizers. On September 19th, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., the Coalition for African American Health and Wellness is holding a free health and wellness event focusing on diabetes, mental health, and Medicare. The event will be held at the Donna Ligon Center located at 2160 North 6th Avenue. On September 17th through 22nd marks Sunnyside Gives Day. During the week of September 17th, you can help the Sunnyside Foundation reach their annual fundraising goal of $110,000 by registering for the 5K or the 10K Burrito Run, and stop by the Health and Wellness Fair for free fun activities and community resources on September 17th from 7:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Mission Manor Park. We have a lot of cool volunteer opportunities with the Drum Up for Peace Festival happening September 30th and Tucson Meet Yourself on October 13th through the 15th. There's a lot of positions for all abilities available, so reach out to our office to help get you connected on these volunteer opportunities. And then finally, the Community Safety Health and Wellness Program here with the City of Tucson is conducting a hygiene supplies drive in the month of September to collect items including toothpaste, toothbrushes, combs, soap, sunscreen, razors, shaving cream, sunscreen, and wet wipes. These supplies will go directly to the individuals in most need that interact with our program, and I believe all of our council offices are participating. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Kosaczek. Pass. Councilmember Cunningham.
All right, so this is a big announcement. We're really excited about it. We finally moved. So Ward 2 City Council East, the East Side Ward 2 office is no longer at 7575 East Speedway. We've moved a big fat mile now south to 7820 East Pantano. We've moved into Center East, which for those of you who are a little old school on the east side like me, that's where the Circle K corporate headquarters was back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. And it's actually a 3-building complex of 15,000 square feet each. And it gives us an opportunity to do all kinds of different things in that space, from social services, possibly expand the ability for public safety and community wellness, to deliver for service delivery, a number of different things. But it's at 7820 East Speedway. I want to give an acknowledgement to Dick Lubke. Dick Lubke is the chairman of Desert Christian High School, and he approached our office actually right towards the end of COVID about possibly moving and expanding Desert Christian's footprint. And I said, I'm not sure. And it was actually George Larson, a local realtor in town, who figured out we could do a swap and we could move to this complex. The city is giving up a large lot, and that large lot behind our office will become a track stadium, but it'll be open to the public during non-school hours for people to use the walking track and hang out. So it's a community benefit. Moreover, we're not moving the fire station that was there. Desert Christian is proud to host the fire station continually. Not only that, they're getting a 10,000 square foot office, and we're getting 45,000 square feet of finished space to work in. And now we've moved our office into 7820. Some other people. We have a young man named Mike Hassan, who was our go-to guy in coordinating the effort. He was responsive and a pleasure to work with. Orlando Moreno helped us get moved to the new building and was setting up our large conference space just today. He was there. We had Adrian, who installed all of our new outlets. He's a Tucson electrician. Mike Clifton and Albert from the lock shop, who rekeyed the whole building. They did it in like 9 hours. And they also made sure that the Ward 2 team could get in and out so we could move our offices in a smooth transition. I want to give a shout out to the IT department, John McCray and Christian Diaz. and the rest of the IT staff. They helped move our network over. They got all the network moving. Demetrio Fernandez and his team from the SAM, that's the surplus warehouse we have in Tucson. We got some old new furniture moved in, so it looks really sharp. David Sanchez and our other custodians have been very helpful getting it cleaned. We also had a contractor who did our HVAC system, because you got to have air conditioning, especially in the summer in Tucson, Arizona. And then I also want to thank some of the groups who've already started using it, including Trig, the Old Pleasant Women Club. We have a knitters and needlepoint club, and they've already used our new space. And that we've only been there since Tuesday. So I want to thank everybody for this move. I think it's pretty historic. I think it's a big deal. We'll see a lot of great things to come from the East Side Service Center, but it was a move that makes sense. It's at Broadway and Pantano now, which is right in the heart of Ward 2, and I just want to acknowledge everybody who helped make this move possible. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have one announcement from Councilmember Fimbres that he wanted to read. On Saturday, September 9th, from 5 to 7 p.m., the Las Vistas Neighborhood Association will be having their Mexican fiesta in the park. They will have food, entertainment, and community resources. The fiesta will take place at James Thomas Park at 3098 South Forges. I would like to share with the community on my behalf that Parking Day 2023 is coming up. Parking Day is a play on words to get you thinking about how we use land for parking versus parks. Landscaping, safer travel routes for bicycling and walking and housing, businesses, and other possible uses in our community. This Friday, September 15th, at 100 North Stone Avenue, next to Jacome Plaza and the main library, from 9 to 1 p.m., our city's Department of Transportation and Mobility will be taking over a few curbside parking spaces and converting them into a mini green space. The demonstration will include games, food vendors, pollinator parks, and a protected bike lane. This is Parking Day first started when I was on the Tucson City Council. It must have been at least 12 years ago. And Department of Transportation and Mobility continued the tradition. So Diana Rhodes, if anyone remembers that name, Diana Rhodes was the person that first suggested that we have Parking Day. So I'm happy to hear that it's happening on the 15th. This Saturday and Sunday, El Casino Ballroom and the Latin American Social Club celebrates their 75th Diamond Anniversary. El Casino Ballroom is a place that I and many Tucson families hold near and dear to our hearts. It is important to recognize the places with so much history in our community. I will be presenting a mayoral proclamation on Sunday. This event is free to the public and festivities include food, music, and they begin at 10 a.m. on Saturday through midnight, and then they finalize on Sunday from 11 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. I also want to recognize that Youth on Their Own are organizing a service project scheduled for Sunday, September 10th. They will be doing a neighborhood cleanup, completing a landscape and mural project in the Grant and Country Club area. This project is in partnership with several local businesses and service organizations, and that will honor the mission of 9/11 Day of Service and Remembrance. Thank you to the 100 volunteers who will be dedicating their Sunday morning to beautify our wonderful city. For more information, please visit yoto.org. Again, thanks to Youth on Their Own and the more than 100 volunteers for dedicating this day of service and remembrance to our community. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 268, dated September 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Not sure if you saw, there was a press release that was sent out by Fitch, I believe it was, letting us know that we have maintained our AA rating and stable outlook, which is important for our existing debt and obviously a reflection of where we are financially in terms of the strength of our position today. So I want to make sure you knew about that. Also wanted to let you know about a couple other things. Nominations are open for Tucson Parks and Recreation Commission Awards. So if you know folks that are out there that should be recognized, there's an opportunity for you to recognize them and support them. Also, blue light installation tomorrow at Craycroft and Grant. All the left turn movements, you heard that presentation yesterday. Want to make sure everybody knows that those lights will be operational tomorrow. So we'll start to see how that works. We will report back to you in the near term as to how that's going. That's all, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5,
Liquor license applications report from city manager.
City Manager's communication number 275 dated September 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, there are 6 requests for new licenses and 10 special event requests. The applicant for 5B1, the Arroyo Chico Brewing Company, has withdrawn the application. All others are in compliance with city requirements. Councilmember Dahl has requested to consider item 5C6, the Perimeter Bicycling Association item separately. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 2 through 6 and 5C 1 through 5 and 7 through 10 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What are the items to be considered separately, Ms. Clerk?
Item 5C6, the Perimeter Bicycling Association.
Alrighty.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Dahl.
I pulled this because I received some concerns from Tucson residents. This facility is a county facility. It's Rito Park. They have lots of events there. And residents south of the Rito have had repeated problems with noise coming from these events and disturbing their peace to the point where they haven't been satisfied by Pima County's response. So they are going to object to every single liquor license that's there. I don't want to oppose this license, but I do want to recognize their concerns in this problem, and we'll be communicating with the Perimeter Bicycling Association, which is a great group. You know, they do the tour to Tucson and raise lots of money for lots of charity, and people have lots of fun and have good health by riding in that. But I wanted to pull it to acknowledge that problem and to ask the Bicycling Association to make sure that their speakers are not pointed at Tucson residents when they have their party. Thank you. With that, I would like to move that we recommend this to the liquor license board for approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentation. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter as the matter be placed on a future agenda or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. We're going to first call the speakers that we didn't have time to hear before. So Emily Roque.
Hello, good evening. My name is Emily Rocky, and I am a resident of Tucson. I'm speaking on behalf of Mission Garden and Friends of Tucson's Birthplace, which is located at the base of A Mountain or Tucson. We are a public educational space that are telling the story of the history of Tucson through plants and gardens. If you haven't been, please visit. But I'm here to express our gratitude and appreciation for a truckload of compost and mulch that we received from City of Tucson's Environmental Services. And we'd like to express our gratitude for Carlos de la Torre, Pat Tapia, Lisa Rotello, Christina Pulsgrove, and their team for their outreach, service, and leadership in this program. This is working toward the city's zero waste initiatives, which we do advocate for. And as you know, this program has been long in the making. As someone who makes compost by hand, I did that this morning, by the way. This material is essential to growing food, and it is often referred to as garden gold. It is expensive to buy in quantity, and you do need a lot of it to produce good quality food. So thank you. And we're very excited for the waste diversion program that is in the process of being developed for food and organic waste to be diverted from our landfill, which also enriches the soil and holds precious water. We advocate for the expansion of this program and are moving forward in talks with the City of Tucson's Environmental Services to maybe be a drop-off site for residents in the neighborhood to bring their food waste, and still coordinating those details. But we just would like to extend our gratitude again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rocky. Anne Rose Dickove, I believe it is. We don't see them. Tracy Toland.
Hi, my family owns a home directly across the street from Reed Park. Over the last few weeks, we've been battling homeless trespassing onto our property, using illegal drugs, littering, and leaving behind used syringes and fentanyl foils. They have overrun the park. They are living in the large ramadas and using the electricity at the cost of the taxpayer. They are abusing and taking advantage of public spaces. Reed Park is no longer a safe and pleasant environment. Mayor Romero, why are you allowing the demise of our city? We have a real problem on our hands. The city is tolerant of lawlessness, homelessness, open drug use, loitering, theft of services, trespassing, public urination, and defecation, just to name a few. An aide from your office called me last week to tell me that you want diversity in our parks. My idea of diversity is much different than yours. Your idea of diversity is tolerating the intolerable. You are putting the false rights of homeless to steal services, use drugs openly above my right to quiet enjoyment of our home and the park. People choose to live in cities where they have nice things. They choose to pay taxes in those places. You are bringing an end to Tucson's economy with your dangerous policies. There are solutions to this crisis. The Housing First program is not working, and this is where we need to start. Housing First does not address root causes of homelessness. Individuals should not receive taxpayer-funded housing without a commitment to seeking treatment for what caused the problem in the first place. We need to require services such as mental illness clinics, substance abuse treatments, job training and retention, and mandatory drug testing. If a person does not agree to this, they don't receive housing. They will understand that they don't get to destroy our society because they don't want to accept help. Prosecute crimes, allow the police to enforce the laws, and adopt zero tolerance attitudes. Crime is out of control because guess what? Drug dealers don't accept SNAP cards. Homeless are stealing to provide for drug habits. And not all those that experience homelessness are drug addicted or mentally ill, but it would be foolish to ignore the facts that most are. Mayor Romero, you must face uncomfortable facts. Otherwise, you will continue to fail at fixing this problem. Don't call what you're doing diversity, you're enabling. You've enabled this chaos in our city, and you want Tucsonans to be tolerant of it and accept it as diversity? Don't call this diversity. Call it what it is, it's failure. And this has gotten so bad, these Democrat policies, I think Steve Kay is gonna switch back to the Republican Party on a more serious note. Thanks.
Kevin Smith. Okay, we'll call her last. Sasha Brown.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Jaja Brown. I am a resident of Tucson, Arizona. I'm here on behalf of Acre 41 and the Social Equity Cannabis Program here in the state of Arizona. I just would like to say that it would be a powerful blow to the special exceptions process if the first dispensary that was zoned here under that program was given to Mojave Cannabis. This firm has nearly universally recognized to be the most exploitive of social equity applicants. My question to the council today is, what additional process has been provided over the last 2 weeks since we were here and we discussed this? The public needs to know what questions were asked, because from the outside looking in, nothing has been done. It's just been a rubber stamp on zoning. We should know what investigations happened in the last 2 weeks, what interaction with the public was taken. I was called last week about the bridge, but no one called me to convene on this issue of Mojave opening a dispensary here in Tucson. The special exemption process was supposed to mean something. At a minimum, Mojave Cannabis should answer the questions raised by the recent lawsuits that they're involved in that allege exploitation and fraud of vulnerable licensees in the social equity process and program. The public wants to know, which license is Mojave planning on moving to Ward 3? Who was the original social equity applicant on the license, and are they still in control of that license? Will they release the contract with the applicant and release the applicant from a DNA so that the council will have enough information to assess the treatment of the applicant? Because each applicant was required to sign an assertion that stated that they had no intention, they had not signed any contracts with anyone to turn over ownership of the license. And that's exactly what happened. So all of those people who signed those assertions that went with companies like Mojave Cannabis have committed fraud. And it seems like it's just being overlooked. So the concern is really, whose license are they operating under and how?
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Really appreciate your presence.
Thank you.
Ben Lucero.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us. On behalf of the AFSCME Local 905 leadership and membership, we thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members, for the motion to recognize AFSCME Local 905. Yes, AFSCME has been here for 60+ years representing City of Tucson employees. Our members are committed to doing an awesome job day in and day out, holding up our side of the contract. That is the reason why we separated from Amalgamated 449, to emphasize our commitment to our members' rights as city employees and to continue to work with you. Our hope is that our working relationship can continue to grow and be an equal collaboration in making the city a safe work environment with fair pay for a fair day's work. This will take time and hard work on both sides. We have new members signing up every day with concerns and, of course, complaints of mistreatment and mismanagement from management. We also know that these issues are at hand, are hard-faced, and have been needing to be addressed for some time. These can be changed or remedied with the complete collaboration and the utmost professional manner. Once again, thank you for recognizing our voice, our members' voice, AFSCME Local 905, that work every day to keep the city going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucero. Michael Cajero.
My name is Michael Cajero. I live in Ward 6. I speak for myself. I saw the TV program about blue lights, and there were some comments made by a couple of the council members. One council member I remember saying, well, I don't see how anybody would mind a blue light. What's the problems? You know, there's no problems. And okay, red, yellow, blue, you know, full spectrum. And then another council member said something which I thought was kind of interesting. He said, well, they should put them all over the city, you know. And yeah, the reason he said that is because the city is filling up. It wants to infill. And when you do that, you get more accidents. You get more of this. It's like putting marbles in a box. They're going to hit each other, and that's what it's like. You go out there, you take your life into your hands like it's gambling. It's a form of gambling, driving in Tucson. And so he knew that what was happening, because he was one of the proponents of this so-called infill policy. I think it developed back in the 70s. People like Grijalva, and there were a few other people I remember. There's one, you know, environmentalists, and they wanted to just build the inner core of the city and save the outer side. You know, don't mess with the deserts and the stuff, nature. And that works. That's a good idea. I supported it, but then I began to see what was happening, how much it was being abused by all these, you know, giganticism. And this is all you're building, all you're doing is surrendering to these, you know, these people like Rio Nuevo, which is a kind of an obscene name for an organization which has nothing to do with old Mexico or anything like that. There's no Mexicano stuff in it, you know. Rio Nuevo, you know. It's as Anglo as you can get, and it's very dictatorial. And I saw them operate over at when we did a lot of open houses for stuff like, you know, Broadway and all that. And anyway, say la vie.
Thank you, Mr. Cajero. Alrighty, we are going to move on to item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through G.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement with the State of Arizona Game and Fish Department for the Community Fishing Program. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the incarceration of city prisoners fiscal year 2024. Item D is budget and internal audit, approving the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2024. Item E, final plat TD DIV 0223000046 for Apache Drive lots 1 through 3. Item F is a final plat S22054 Armory Park 6. Item G is the Tucson Police acceptance of a 2023 Bureau of Justice Assistance Burn Discretionary Program Award. That item will be considered separately, so an appropriate motion would be to approve items A through F.
So moved. There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call on this.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0.
You wanted to consider G?
Yes. So we're going to consider G separately, only because I just wanted to thank a few people and bring attention to how important this particular program award is. First and most importantly, I want to thank Tucson Police Department and the Tucson Public Safety Communications Department for their work in partnership with my office to write up a grant to both Senators Kirsten Sinema and Senator Mark Kelly for their member-directed discretionary funds. I'd like to thank the Bureau of Justice Assistance Burn Discretionary Program for really looking at the city of Tucson and helping fund this project. This funding will play a pivotal role in enhancing the capabilities of our Tucson Police Department and the Tucson Public Safety Communications Department by providing much-needed updates to our portable radio systems. This investment is not just about improving our technology, it's about ensuring the safety and well-being of our police officers and our community. With these state-of-the-art radio systems, our public safety personnel will be better equipped to respond effectively to emergencies, making Tucson a safer place to live, work, and raise a family. The grant award is for $1.845 million, and this is a resolution accepting the funds awarded by the Bureau of Justice to provide handheld police radios. So I'd like to move that we approve the item on the consent agenda. Oh, I can't do that. I need someone to move. There's a
Second.
motion and a second.
We're moved and second. You know, I mean, between me and Steve, I think the two of us got it covered.
Thank you. You've got my back. Any other comments on this motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I actually do have a comment on this.
Okay.
Congratulations. This is like the third thing you brought to us. And don't think people don't notice. I do appreciate the fact that we've come through on a few federal things that normally we don't get. So congratulations to your team, because I know you're doing a really good job with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. I really appreciate that acknowledgement. With that, do we have to go to roll call? Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Item passes with a vote of 6-0. Move on to item 8.
Public hearing zoning C922-02 Tucson Mountain RV Park Pad, Ajo Way R1 to Pad Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 12034.
City Manager's Communication number 273 dated September 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the zoning of Tucson Mountain RV Park, PAD, Ajo Way R1 to PAD, Ordinance Adoption. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. At this time, speakers will be allowed to speak regarding any and all on the rezoning of Tucson Mountain RV Park, PAD, Ajo Way R1 to PAD, Ordinance Adoption. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city or not, whom you are representing, and whether you are a paid speaker. I have a couple of requests to speak. Our first speaker is Arlene Guerena. Arlene Guerena.
Thank you, Mayor Romero and Councilman, for this opportunity to speak. This has been ongoing for a while, and although there's just a handful of us, I think it's important enough to be able to speak on behalf of myself and the neighbors. The other ones will speak as well, but we went back and forth with what we wanted to do, listening to both sides, trying to reach a happy medium. My decision is to, I've lived in that neighborhood for 23 years now, and when I first moved in there, there was a trailer park going on, people coming and going, and it just caused too much commotion with parties, throwing trash in the yard, someone stole my dog, and what I really fear is that this is going to happen again, because there's going to be people of different walks of life coming and going. We're there permanently. I'm not planning on moving anywhere. I've been there 23 years, and I plan on staying there. The builders and Mr. Danny, they paint a really beautiful picture of how it's going to be, but I'm not convinced. And I'm real set on it not changing to a pad and remaining as an R1 for the sake of myself and the other neighbors. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Guerena. Mary Montoya.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before I start, one of our neighbors couldn't be here. Her name is Vera Gallegos, and she said to tell the mayor hello and Lane hello. She has given me permission to speak for her and myself. We are the neighbors behind the park. My husband, Alfred, and I have lived there 38 years, and we see no benefit to our neighborhood or community for changing the zoning from R1 to a PAD. Let us not forget the history of the property. Our peaceful and quiet neighborhood has already suffered enough due to problems caused by the previous operation of the RV park. We experienced increased crime, noise, and disturbances, even injuries to our pets. The traffic on Ajo Way is at its worst. Having RVs coming and going only causes more congestion. There's just not enough room. This past May, there was an RV in the park, a friend, I don't know what, but 3 times in May, somebody went out there, started their motorcycle or a Harley, whatever, and just rammed it up, and we're there like, okay, so this is the way it's gonna start again? The changes that have been made are still unacceptable. In light of these concerns, we respectfully request that our residential neighborhood remain that, residential. Single-family homes are now being built. There's a couple more going up down our street, and they don't have a say. You know, we're a small area, we're a small group. We don't want the zoning change, leave it as it is. You know, the RV park was just terrible before it went under. Please vote for the neighborhood and not the developer. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Montoya. Francisco Muñoz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Just for transparency, because I know some of you politically, I am on the Pascuyaki Tribal Council. I'm an elected official just like you guys, so I know the pain and everything that you have to do to make these hard decisions. And I just needed to put that out because I know that we run across each other and we see each other at different events. But I just wanted to share that, you know, in 2014, me and my wife and family went out in Tucson and we really looked and did a heartfelt look for a home and where to buy a home. That area was beautiful because it's a dead end. It's a dead end. My daughter didn't have to worry about anything. We didn't have to worry about any traffic. Now, since then, there's been a lot of other things happen, but I think the major thing happening now is, you know, the developer wants to make an RV park. And just to put it in perspective, I was looking at everything, and my lot is 0.31. Now, this lot is 0.95. So I really realistically looked to see, I doubled it, you know, and saw, can I add 20 people to live here? And how could I do it? I didn't, you know, I saw the renderings and everything else, and I know that it is painted that it's going to be a beautiful place. And you know, I don't know if the individual's here, but I also, if he ever came, I know he spoke to some of my neighbors. He skipped my house. We didn't speak, but I would have gladly taken him to Casino del Sol, our RV park, you know, that has 78 spaces, has everything that he says that they're going to have, which was done very affordable. And but it's very different. But I know that I just want to make sure that I get my point across, that I don't, I purposely bought my house there, and I'm not going to move away and hopefully pay it off very soon and live a lot more years. You know, I'm up there in age, but I want to live much more years there with my family. And I just ask you, I know it's come into fruition, and I know it's in your ward, Ms. Councilwoman Santa Cruz, and I
I applaud all your efforts and your works that you guys do. And I know that this is a hard decision, but I truly hope that you see it, in your heart. I wouldn't come up here if I thought it was a slam dunk and it was going to be a beautiful thing. We see all kinds of different things in my work, and I know that it's not. So I just humbly ask you to really look at it and to really put a rest to it, because we have been going back and forth, because I've put in a lot of the times I can't, because I'm also have study session or something else, so I can't make it to your guys' meetings, but I was able to this time, and I know that I have documented my opposition and will continue, but I hope that it's put to rest. I pray that it's put to rest, and I just humbly ask, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members, that you put this to rest and just kind of let it stay where it's at. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Munoz. Really appreciate your presence. That was the last card that I had. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item?
Yes, I would. I didn't realize I had put in a card.
Already come up to the top microphone, please.
My name is Thomas Guido, and I represent the property owner for this PAD. I'm a resident of Tucson. We've had several public meetings in regards to this PAD, and the main concerns that seem to have been expressed were density and security. And we reduced the density from what used to be a 34 slip RV park down to a 20 RV park, which seemed to be acceptable, along with the security measures of an 8-foot fence surrounding the property and an 8-foot block wall on the south side. And I think that was acknowledged by the hearing examiner, that those were the desires or the concerns of the local neighbors for that neighborhood. Residential zoning for that piece of property is, I don't know how viable that is, given that as Tucson continues to grow west, Ajo Way is a arterial gateway with 400 feet away, an intersection with a scenic gateway of South La Cholla. So putting another residential structure there, I don't think that's going to be a very viable solution, which probably the neighbors would like to see, but I don't see that somebody wanting to raise a family on Ajo Way. Other than that, if you have any questions about what we presented in the past, I'd be happy to answer those.
We don't have questions at the moment. This is an
Okay.
opportunity for public hearing, but stick around. There might be some questions if you represent the owner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Come on up. And go to the tallest microphone, please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a resident in this area. Lane Santa Cruz is my ward person. Hello, Mayor. Thank you for having me. I didn't know about this, what was going on, but to me, I am a resident. I don't know, what did you say the qualifications that you had done? My address, or just my neighborhood?
If you're a City of Tucson resident,
I
and
am.
if you work
And then
for anyone.
the barrio is Sunset Villa.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm very close to this.
Can you give us your name again?
Douglas Friedlander.
Douglas Friedlander. Okay.
Yeah.
We just need it for the record.
Okay. I'm very sympathetic. I'm having a similar situation. Lane Santa Cruz has been great. And Michael and she have really made things happen on something that means a lot to me, which is traffic abatement. I know this exact area. This is blocks from my house. 42nd and 10th Street is like 4 blocks from there, right? Big city. Anyway, these type of buildings, I've seen that they put up going on south on Old Nogales Highway. And then also at even 5 Points right in Tucson, they put these very, I know this is a different situation because of trailer pad, but any sort of like commercial, any sort of apartment or commercial in this sort of residential area, if it was in the lot across from me, I would not want this. And this is my neighborhood, so I'd like to speak on that. This personally affects me as well, and to me, it's should be no. And Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Friedlander. Really appreciate your time as well. Thank you for coming to our
Thank you.
public hearing.
Well, thank you.
Any others interested in speaking on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12034 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12034 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 2059 West Ajo Way on the south side of Ajo Way, 400 feet east of La Cholla Boulevard, in case C92202 Tucson Mountain RV Park Planned Area Development R1 to Pad 46, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. I wanted to see if our department director for PTSD could give a little bit of background history on this request because it has gone to the zoning examiner twice.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Christina Swallow, Department Director of Planning and Development Services. This particular project has been before the council before. It has a long history. Most recently, it was remanded back to the zoning examiner to determine whether or not his concerns in the previous decision had been addressed. And in in June of this year, after a May hearing, he issued this final summary, which indicated that his previous concerns had been addressed. The PAD document had reduced the number of RV parking spaces from 34 to 20, widened the parking and access lanes from 18 to 24, added a landscape buffer, added some operation guidelines, that included posting rules and regulations, and an on-site manager 24/7 to address noise concerns. Overall, he felt that the plan was consistent with the PAD document and the concerns that he had issued previously had been addressed. And that this would, although it had been previously used as an RV park, this would bring it into conformance.
Thank you for that background. I know that our office has been kind of going back and forth on this request for a while, and we didn't feel comfortable moving it forward without it going back to the zoning examiner and making sure that the issues and concerns that neighbors had were being addressed. I want to thank Ms. Arlene and Ms. Mary and Mr. Francisco for coming out to Mayor and Council and speaking as concerned residents. And I'm gonna move that we pass and adopt the ordinance, but I want to make sure that y'all know that our office is there and wants to work with y'all in making sure that your concerns continue to be addressed, not just in this preliminary stage, but ongoing as they're in business. I know that for decades, this was dysfunction as an RV park. It is right on Ajo. I'm not a fan of seeing residential homes on busy arterial streets either. So I think it's conforms with what there is being asked of us today. But I want to make sure that neighbors know that we will work with y'all in making sure that your concerns continue to be addressed. Because I also have a vested interest in making sure that your quality of life isn't negatively impacted through this PAD. And so with that, I move that we pass and adopt ordinance number 12034.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Your Honor, I got a few things.
Alrighty. Councilmember Cunningham.
Number one, I read that there was a history that this was actually already an RV park, and they're reducing the number of spots by 14. Is that correct?
Christina Swallow, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. It was previously a park that ceased operations in 2015.
And it's been a property that would probably be, would it, if we don't, it's been a property that has been divested and neglected over the last 6 years. I read a protest that some of the neighbors at the previous place were unsavory. And so I thought that was a piece. And my question is to Ward 1, in meeting with the developer, are they committed to building a quality product that will have a good quality of life? That's what my real question is. Are they committed to making this a very quality RV park? That's my question. Yeah.
Yes, council member. He's committed to making it a quality RV park. He intends to live in a residential structure himself and have a manager on site for when he won't be at home.
So there's going to be, the owner's going to live on site and there'll be a manager on site.
Yes.
All right, that's good enough for me. I just wanted to be sure because it sounded like that was probably some of the things, and maybe there's an opportunity to gain some good neighbors. So that's good. It's good information. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's all my questions, Madam Mayor.
Just to follow up on that set of questioning, can you describe the protections, because it seems like the property owners to the south of the property are concerned about safety, possibly traffic. Can you describe what mitigation measures the owner is taking on those issues, on those concerns?
Yes, one of the concerns from the neighbors, especially on the south side, was the foot traffic that seems to come through there of an unsavory nature. So he agreed to put up a block wall, 8-foot block wall on the south side, and then 8-foot masonry, or not masonry, wooden and metal walls on the east and west side and the north side along Ajo Way. That coupled with the 24-hour property manager being there, or himself, the property owner, we thought would sufficiently answer those security concerns. There's a lot of foot traffic along that corridor that I think would be lessened by that lot being cleaned up. It's kind of unsightly right now and really could use refurbishing.
Are you talking about the property owned by your client, or who owns that other property that you're talking about?
I'm talking about the subject property for the PAD.
Subject property.
Yes.
Okay.
Did I clear it up?
Alrighty, I understand. No more questions. Alrighty, so any other discussion points? Okay, hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12034 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 9.
Zoning TP MOD 0523000012 La Estancia Pad 7, major change. City Manager's Report, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 12035.
City Manager's communication number 274 dated September 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12035 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12035 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the La Estancia Planned Area Development Pad 7, Development Area 18, located just north of Interstate 10 between Cold Road and Wilmot Road, south of Camino Boleadores at 6930 East Camino Boleadores in case TP MOD 0523000012 La Estancia Planned Area Development Pad 7 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to adopt the request for special exception as recommended by zoning examiner and pass and adopt ordinance 12035.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Kevin?
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12035 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Zoning TP ENT 0423000019 West Grant Road C2 Marijuana Dispensary Special Exception Land Use Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 12036.
City Manager's Communication Number 279 dated September 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12036 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12036 relating to zoning a special exception land use marijuana dispensary TPENT 0423000019 West Grant Road. West Grant Road located on the north side of Grant Road, approximately 500 feet east of the intersection of North Oracle Road and West Grant Road, approving with conditions the construction of a marijuana dispensary in the C2 zone and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you. I support this special exception, but before putting that into a motion, I'd like to explain why I'm doing so. We heard concerns about the permitting process, and so I spoke with our city attorney, who reiterated that today's decision is a land use decision solely, and it's not our role to investigate the permit holder or to redress wrongs that were made at a state level. He sent us all a memo that goes into detail on that. While I agree that the state's permitting process is flawed, that is not in the purview of this body. So we're deciding whether this is a good place for a dispensary. As the city council member for Ward 3, I wholeheartedly endorse this dispensary at this location. The building is currently a vacant and neglected structure. It's on a major thoroughfare on Grant Road near Oracle. The dispensary is supported by the neighborhood association and neighboring business, who hope that activating the property will have beneficial results for their business as well. In addition, the applicants have generously agreed to donate $10,000 to Trees for Tucson for additional native vegetation and water harvesting in this part of Ward 3. This dispensary will create jobs for neighbors and bring sales tax into the city. This is a win for Ward 3. With that, I move to pass ordinance number 12036.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham.
I put a lot of thought into this, and the concerns about the SE are totally founded. I absolutely understand where you're coming from. Mojave and Jars is not a they're not a social equity license. They've worked this system over, and I'll say that on the record. It's absolutely ridiculous that they're able to do this. But the bottom line is, I got to take up for my town, and we've needed activation along Grant for a while. I mean, it's just not fair to, I don't want to make a statement against one thing that basically causes my town to suffer when we already got the neighboring businesses, Trees for Tucson benefiting in it. So I totally acknowledge where the protest is coming from, but in my heart, I got to vote for it. The other thing is that this is still a social equity license. I'm hoping that the social equity holder takes some action against the person who basically probably put in a one-sided contract in, and I hope there's an advocacy group out there that she can contact. That's kind of where I'm at on this. But I'm going to support Ward 3 in the rezoning because I think it's good for the town and it's good for what he's doing.
I just wanted to add, Councilmember Dahl, I am very respectful of my colleagues and how they represent their different wards and the needs that they see every single day. I served, as you may recall, as a council member for 12 years. And so we're very close to the representatives of the wards that we represent. In our conversation previously regarding vacant and neglected structures, you and I have meetings to discuss the needs of your ward. And I remember clearly having a conversation about the needs of Grant Road and Ward 3 and the Grant and Oracle area. And recall hearing that the new owner of that property was a dispensary. And Grant and Oracle areas, very specifically in the Thrive in the 05, it's an area, as you well know, that I've said before, has been historically disinvested in. We want to make sure that we're careful as we move to develop not just Grant and Oracle, but the entire Thrive in the 05 area. In that particular area, we have seen open drug use, open drug sales, and concerns for me are much more focused on the lack of land use compatibility. I think I mentioned to you when you mentioned that that area had been purchased by a dispensary, would want to see much more productive and a use that could be better, a better investment, a better opportunity for the area. I think we talked a little bit about that. So at the end of the day, I've been particularly concerned about this particular use since it was first introduced to me by yourself. I'm concerned about the lack of land use compatibility, specifically the adverse effects on the adjacent properties and the surrounding neighborhoods. And that's the reason I will vote no on this item. Any others? Alrighty. If there are no other discussion points, then I believe we need a roll call.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Nay.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Nay. Item passes by a vote of 4-2. Item 11.
Tucson Code Amendment, amending Chapter 14 to add a meet and consult process in connection with the implementation of new or modified conditions of employment. Ordinance number 12037. I believe you wanted to announce. Let's continue.
And yes, this particular item is continued. City manager and city attorney will bring back to us hopefully a good result of the work that is at hand. So with that, we move to continue item 11. Item 12.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, September 19, 2023, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week, everyone.